Good morning and welcome to a sunny yet a little bit dusty day at the Oval down here in Kimberley as we take on day 3, the clash between South Africa A and Sri Lanka A. In studio with me, none other than the wise, the young, invincible gentleman next to me, Eugene Jacobs. Good morning, Mr. J. How are you, sir?
Good morning, Wani. Thank you very much, man. You're too kind to me. Welcome to what, in cricketing terms, is known as the moving day. So day 3 will decide in which direction this game is going, and nicely poised.
I think after stumps yesterday, Mr. J, there seemed to be a bit of, maybe a little bit of positivity in both camps, both feeling that they ended day 2 on a high. Sri Lanka getting good runs on the board, having world-class batsmen getting some runs in the bag, and then South Africa also just feeling that, a sense of we secured the danger wickets that they needed. They're in a good position, so a bit of a balanced day for both sides.
For sure.
Would you agree?
I agree with you 100%. I think in real terms, I think both teams will be very happy with where they are at. And it makes it for interesting times now. Sri Lanka on 232 for 4 after 58 overs, and Michal Pretorius will start from the country club end.
Again, Michal looking at hitting the green little area on that track, an area that caused a little bit of, a doubt in the batsmen's minds yesterday, a little bit of movement from it, a little bit of popping, and then afterwards it started to look like it was starting to settle and that area became comfortable, and then all of a sudden again one hitting up in the gloves, I think from Patrick Kruger. I think that's the line and length that he's going to be trying to hit again this morning.
He's definitely targeting that area. I had a look at the wicket a bit this morning, and I must say, I think because of the cold, we didn't have that typical Kimberley hot sun baking down on the wicket, because I think on day 3, most probably we would have seen some cracks and some deviation from the pitch, but looks a beautiful wicket. Did you get a sense that with the South African bowlers a little bit more pace than the Sri Lankan bowlers?
I think 100% I've got that, but I also think that's one of the tactical powers that South Africa is going to be focused on, especially the captain, and we saw it yesterday also. He had Pren on for a few. He came on for a few, took a very good wicket, or let me say an awesome, amazing catch. to dismiss Fernando. But I think the captain is exactly going with seam up. Seam up, the pace attack, which could be, could play a big role. We don't know how much of the Sri Lankans are used to, 135, 140 plus. So that could be, the order of the day again from our captain.
Agreed. Just that outside line again. A lot of coaches talk about that area being the corridor of uncertainty. But I think with most batsmen, as long as they can leave it, they're okay with that one.
The problem is, Mr. J, and I think it was Michal's first wicket that he took yesterday. It pitched roundabout corridor of uncertainty.
And came back.
And it nipped back and took top of leg.
I think he's searching for a little bit of that movement. Very tidy over.
Tidy over, maiden over there
Maiden.
from Michal Pretorius. Sri Lanka still on 232 for 4 going into day 3. if you have just joined us, to all our viewers at home, good morning, welcome. This is the Kimberley Oval, and we are witnessing day 3 between South African A and Sri Lanka A. Bayers Swanepoel, Mr. J, he had a bit of not a shaky start. You know, we know Bayers to be consistent. We know him to throw a little bit of variety out there, but not as impactful
as he normally
as he normally is.
100%.
So,
I don't think he would have been happy with his performance yesterday, because I think we've expected a little bit more from him. And if anybody in the attack can have variations, he's the guy. So we'll see. Perhaps today he'll be more on the money.
Angling it into the batsman there and just working it around for one. That's the first run on the board today for Sri Lanka. Both batsmen fairly new to the crease yesterday. As you can see there, Janith Lianga having only faced 38 balls, and Sunal Dinusha faced 14 balls. I think that's another, element that South Africa would like to attack.
They need to exploit it now, yeah.
Played and missed. Bayers having it
Very
nice
close.
outside the off-stump line. And we saw from Patrick Kruger, sorry there, Mr. J. Patrick Kruger hitting that line from the other end yesterday, and an amazing one-handed catch from the captain in slips.
Brilliant catch. Very close to the outside edge. He drew him into that shot. That's what Bayers is capable of. That's a tighter line. We were chatting briefly yesterday about the oval. This cricket oval was established in 1973. It was an old rugby ground. It was the home ground of the De Beers Rugby Club. And in 1973, they converted it into the cricket ground. And then they started playing their provincial cricket here, where the previous cricket games used to be played on the, what do you call that, the stadium, in where your oval track is?
Monster Mob.
Yeah,
Showgrounds.
the showgrounds. The cricket used to be played there, and then they moved all the provincial cricket to this field. And then after the unification of cricket in 1990, all the developments then started. And hosted quite a bit of international games. The World Cup in 2003, the IPL in 2009, and very lately also hosted quite a few women's internationals.
I actually had a bit of a flexing moment yesterday with Wayne, and speaking about this is it the last international game against the ladies, Protea ladies, up against the Bangladeshi ladies.
Yes.
And the way our Protea ladies was received here, like, it is the first time, and I've watched a few of the games in other provinces, where the crowd went like madly insane for the ladies. Like, even afterwards at the award ceremony, you had the crowd still singing, waving the South African flag. We had the team walking around saying thank you to everybody.
Sure.
It was just, it was amazing to watch.
Yeah, but you see, I must also now tell you that the women's team, whenever they came to Kimberley, they would go to schools, they would visit, they would run community projects. So on their own, they've attracted some serious attention. And so whenever they come and play in Kimberley, they have that support. And I want to tell you that now that you're mentioning it's against Bangladesh, we were lucky that we had the home support here and not the Bangladesh support, because there's a very big Bangladesh community in Kimberley.
I recall a Bangladesh South Africa game, men's. that you
Yeah, I was still here.
You headed that
Yeah,
one.
I was still here.
And I think the ratio of support was about 70% Bangladeshi, 30% South African.
For sure. I must tell you, I got a call very early that morning from the ICC from Dubai, wanting to know, did I bus all these Bangladeshis in? And it was crazy. Again, it was a packed house that day. And again, we were under pressure with the disaster management. Everybody shouting on my head that we need to close the gates up. And that was before the start of the game.
Definitely the Bangladeshi community loves their cricket, and they support their teams immensely. They come out
no matter
in
where you go
numbers.
in the world, they're there. Eh? They love cricket.
Back to the game on hand there. Miggs again just playing outside of the off stump there, bowling to the left-hander. Sanal Danusha is currently on 3 runs and has faced 16 balls. I think just trying to lure him out, get him slashing at 1 or 2 could be early in the day for that line.
For sure.
And expecting that from the batsman. But stranger things has happened.
No, for sure. No, I think he's setting him up because also when you look at the cordon, you can see that they're expecting something there. He's going to test him there. Just outside the off stump, and with 2 slips in a gully, you can expect something to happen.
Just to rewind a little bit back to what you mentioned in 1973, it was, I think you said, Mr. J.
I hope I got the date right there.
I'm looking at a photo that is actually hanging up in the presidential suite over here at the Oval, and that's the South African multiracial invitation team versus International Wanderers 1973. And this is the team that consisted of, and I think he was captain at the time, yes, Uncle Mike Doherty. We've got Kepler Wessels in the team. We've got Rodney Ontong, Mr. Habana, Yasin
Edward
Snyders.
Ababa, yeah.
Well, my dad.
Your dad was there, yeah. I know your
My
dad was
dad.
there. You don't have to feel shy about that one. Yeah, look, that was one of the first multiracial teams that was selected. And again, if we need to put that into context, the amount of pressure that was on those black players having to come and play was very difficult. It was a difficult time in our history, and that game was played here at this Oval. Did they play against the what was they called, the Robins 11?
This one was versus International Wanderers in 1973.
Yeah, the International Wanderers team, yeah, in 1973.
I have been told a few stories, and it was, I don't know, hard to extract it from my dad. Of, like you said, it was a very tough time.
Yeah, but your dad doesn't talk about those days.
It's
he
very
talks,
hard.
all he talks about is the bumpers that he used to bowl and how fast he used to go over Keith McLaren's head.
So again, as you know, Mr. J, very hard to extract anything from him, back in the day. But, 1 or 2 mentions that he has already, spoken out about is, as hard as it was and as difficult as it was for a black player to be playing cricket at that time, at that level, he had, or let me say, they had, the 3 of them had a support system.
Crazy.
From
sure.
Especially, the captain,
Yeah.
Mike Doherty, and then the rest of the team, where there were times where they would travel and tour, and they would not be allowed to go into a bar.
The entire team don't go.
The entire team would then say, right,
100%.
stuff this, we're not going in there. If they're
Yeah.
not allowed to go in here, we're not going in here. So, there was there's good memories, fond
sure.
memories that he has, and I think to this day that's one of the main reasons why they all still, got a bit of a close bond.
No, for
between all
sure.
of them.
But you see, that's one thing of the sport. Your friendships that you build up, it's friendships for life. And it's stories like those that makes the bond stronger. And I know of the incidents, and in particular It happened in Potchefstroom, where Mike Doherty told me they had to frequently leave the venues, and then the team don't attend the after-match presentations and all of that stuff because the rest of their team is not allowed in there. Yeah, but hopefully that period is gone and forgotten now, and we're hopefully on a greener playing fields, and the youngsters now can get equal opportunity, and we don't have that kind of stories.
I do believe that Cricket South Africa is doing a very good job there, Mr. J. And in the whole transformation and creating a lot of opportunities from grassroots levels up, trying their best to get the sport out to every community. Again, like I spoke about yesterday, we spoke about this with the fact that we have pitch visions in place now. We've got super sports schools in place, platforms that is backed by Cricket South Africa to get, the sport to everybody in the country. And then we still have a minister of sports, arts and culture that is passionate now about,
Spreading the game.
And I know, I think it was released a week or two ago, with the Minister of Education, they signed a MOU where they would be restarting or reigniting sports schools again. So that's amazing. I mean, I remember back in my little young years at Progress Primary School, where, that was, even though I was very naughty, and I wouldn't want to be in the class all day, so it was for me, the best time of the day when we see a coach coming from Northern Cape Cricket. At that time, it was Griquas cricket
at that time.
So we would be very happy and excited to see us, the coaches here. The mini cricket bats are set out there. I think, what was that? It's Bakers
at that time.
The little hard old wooden bats there with the Baker sticker on the back. So that for me, I bring that back. There's two things that hopefully, and God willing, will be implemented, like what the minister has been saying now, is to bring back two things into schools, which is bring back God and bring back sport.
No, sure.
If that's his stance and his vision, and that is executed with military precision, from grassroots level, I think there's going to be a lot more talent coming out of the country, siphoning up all the way to Cricket South Africa for them to have a talent pool of note and that's what any country wants in sport.
No, 100% right, and I think it's actually schools are actually the bedrock for your development program. It's the safest place where you can work, and it's the safest place where you can develop. I just have a concern that they have these memorandums of understanding between the various ministers, but when it comes to the implementation, or the people on the ground that need to drive it, they don't have the same drive and the same passion and the same. So I think it's really going to need some gusto to get it going. And at the back of that, you still have this SA20 that's starting that schools league now, and that's going to be interesting.
Again, exciting times, I think, lies ahead of us, Mr. Javid, and you're 100% right. It's always amazing to hear it from on top. But the execution thereof makes just still, again, keeping it outside off there. The length probably right from what he's looking at.
Yeah.
I would just love to see him just bring it a little bit into the force the batsman to do something.
Yeah, just the line a bit closer.
But with that being said, coming back to our point there, so as much as it's being spoken about on top, you need it to be executed again with military precision, at the bottom. I'm hopeful. I'm really actually hopeful. It's been a long time that I've actually had hope. But people at the bottom or at the middle can't do a lot if it's not coming from the top.
No, that's
now that it's coming from the top,
it helps.
It helps those who's passionate about it, because essentially you need to be passionate about something. You need to be passionate about your job, number one, because if you don't have passion, you're gonna fail. It's not gonna work out. And the funny thing, or let me say, the reality of it is, kids actually can sense that. They sense that this man is just here to, just to earn a little 3 rand for today. Like, there's no passion in it. So he doesn't, rub off and build from that positive energy of somebody who's a lot more passionate about their job.
And they play a big role in the lives of those youngsters, eh? Very big role.
I can say, like, and I'm saying this live on the air to all of viewers out there, like, I'm sitting next to a person who guided me in my little stunt in cricket. From, I think it was under 15, Mr. J. You've been there, and I made the under 15 PG Bison team. Brian Williams at that time was our coach. It was my first ever tour. We went to PE. But you were there and you guided me, and then we reached under 18 at that time. You pushed me to a trials and for the country districts team, so I made the SA country districts on that. You then pushed me to I can't just remember if it was the Plascon Academy or something, but that was in Johannesburg, where Clive Rice, Hugh Page, and Jimmy Cook was our coaches there. So, again, if you did not have that passion for the game, I would not have maybe received that opportunities and, just to grow and to explore the game of cricket at that level. So, like you say, it's very important for whoever is in charge, be it a coach, be it administration, be passionate about it, because a lot of kids actually depend or rely on your energy to rub off on them for them to take it then further. And so, thank you,
100%.
Mr. Jacobs.
No problem.
For your
No
role
problem.
in a lot of
but
our
I did tell you
lives.
yesterday, you're making me feel old.
That's why I introduced you as the young Mr. Jacobs.
Back to the cricket, 235 for 4. Bayers want to pull back into the attack.
Bayers hitting that mark again there today. Again, the consistency
Can't see
of
better,
Bayers it's next to none.
Yeah. I think he's on the number now. You raised the point about rural cricket, because that's another area in the country where a lot of work has been done, and it's so good to be able to see guys coming from that stream into the mainstream of South African cricket.
Once again, I think those are also the areas that will benefit the most, coming off the promises of the minister.
Sure.
He is looking at getting sports into areas where they don't have a lot of facilities. Or what a good ball goes up, Bayers stays down. What an amazing ball there from Bayers. That's the line and link that I was talking about. That Miguel should also explore that. Just get it a bit closer
to the batter.
Force the batsman to
actually play at it.
It's
very, very close. Just watch it again. Very close to the outside edge. Look at that. He drew him into that one.
This time goes up for it and he gets it. He gets the rod. Bayers Swanepoel changing that link. He definitely set him up there, Mr. J. He definitely set him up.
Great shout.
3-4 balls outside off,
and
then immediately darted one in onto the pads there. That sees the back of Janeth going there, scoring 13 runs from 53 deliveries, having Sri Lanka a 235 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Just watch how he brings this one back. I'm sorry.
Dead in the water.
I'm sorry, that's dead on all accounts.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is the Bayers Swanepoel we have become accustomed to know in the game of cricket. That is the expectations, high expectations of, I think, arguably, spoken in most circles as the next up-and-coming all-rounder for the Proteas. So definitely what we expect from him. And I think he's happy. You saw that on his face there. The elation was just, again, second to none. Bayers Swanepoel picks up the 5th wicket for South Africa. New batsman making his way to the crease. Vishad Randika with 66 matches, 99 innings, 3,144 runs with an average of 36.98, 22 50s, 500s, at the best of 171 not out. Again, Mr. J, these Sri Lankan batsmen, I don't think anybody has come out with a best, like a personal best, under 100.
No, they can bat. Let me tell you, they can bat. I think all of them so far has come out with about 100 and 150, and one or two's even got double 100. So
I think Fernando came out, shout out Fernando, I think it's his personal best is 293.
yeah, no, he
Somewhere in that
area, yeah.
in that area.
On the money, first ball. Was that a maiden wicket?
Maiden wicket there for Bayers Swanepoel, bowling 13 overs, deserved a wicket, conceding 38 runs. Just a little bit of a replay there. The line, the length, hitting him plumb in front, the height, everything was just spot on. Bayers Swanepoel. Once again coming from that country club side, Miguel Pretorius.
Just a little punch off the back foot into the Kali region for a single. I must tell you, I'm intrigued by these Sri Lankan management team, and the way they walk around the field. I'm not 100% sure if they're setting a tough example to the players, or do they just love walking.
I actually picked that up yesterday also. It seems maybe there's a little bit of a fitness level for the management team also.
For sure. That would be interesting. Again, that outside line.
So now Danusha faced 29 deliveries from yesterday that'll close off play until today. I don't think he's been tested as much as a lot of the balls are just going through and
just
hitting
left
Mooney's gloves.
Yeah, he's just leaving. He's leaving them outside the off stump.
The trick also then, Mr. J, especially bowling to the Sri Lankans from what I've picked up yesterday, like if you look at that ball that Michal just bowled there, so that was, let's call it top of middle. Once the Sri Lankans' eye starts getting in and they start playing around, that ball would have definitely made its way on the leg side boundary with a little bit of wrist action, because they've got quick hands.
Yeah, they do have quick hands.
Very quick hands and strong wrists.
Very rusty, yeah. He's going to change his line now. He's going to come over the wicket.
Maybe a little bit of an angle in and hoping for a little bit of a way seam.
No, sure. Again, tucked into that Kali area, this time for 2. It takes Tunisia now to 7. Sri Lanka to 239 for 5.
There's that line that Mix is looking at.
Yeah, that's actually his line that he should be going for. Another good over from Mikael Pretorius.
.65 overs down. Sri Lanka currently 239 runs for the loss of 5 wickets. If you have just joined us, good morning to all our viewers at home. Welcome to the big clash between Sri Lanka A and South Africa A, right here at the Kimberley Oval. In a little bit of it's almost a little bit of a dusky weather. Not as cold as it was yesterday, but still a little bit of a nippy wind blowing around. You can see the flags on top of the change rooms there, just blowing a little bit. But yeah, good conditions. Not very wet. It's a very dry area. That pitch also, still playing good on day 3. Mr. Jacobs has pointed out in his little pitch report early on that no cracks on day 3. So could be still a lot of runs in this pitch today, Mr. J.
Yes, for sure. And with the Sri Lankan batting lineup, they bat fairly deep. But from a South African perspective, we have to hope that they can wrap it up now.
Again, the Bayes Swanepoel, perfect line, good length, almost getting the batsman to go at it. But just pulling out of it in time there for Vishad. Still hasn't got a run to his name. I think this is the red ball format, Mr. J. Like I'm used to at least just getting off the mark, just getting off the duck there. Just getting one in the bag, just to build a little bit of self-confidence in there. But it's a lot different, especially at this level, where you see world-class batsmen that has not scored 1 run yet, and then probably have faced about 30, 40, 50 balls already. That for me, that's my danger, guys, especially as a fielding, the fielding team. If somebody's there, hasn't scored a run, looks good, and has faced 30 balls already, it's a worrying factor. He's hungry. He's got all the time in the world type of a vibe. Oh, what a nice in-swinging Yorker from Bayes Swanepoel.
That's a skill that we spoke about, all these variations. Just to go back one ball, there was some brilliant fielding there by Dutole. Oh my, what a Yorker. Oh, sorry, it wasn't Dutole, it was Q in the covers that saved that run that actually keeps the batsman on strike. But I agree with you around the point that you make about wanting to get off the dreaded duck. So I think we've been spoilt with white ball cricket because when we get in there, you expect the players to get off. But in the longer version of the game, it seems as if players take a bit of time to get off the mark, and it doesn't worry them. I have to admit it will worry me.
Yeah, I'm definitely part of that worried few. Let me say, let's call us the few, the select few, who just wants to get off the mark at least. So I would normally go in, and especially if it's playing against guys I know, the chirps will always start, the banter will always start, and coming hard at me. But I would always say, guys, let me just get one. After that, whatever happens, happens. But let me just get off the mark. That's all that I want to do. But
For
yeah,
sure.
Definitely, for a few of us, it gets a little bit of confidence going, bat to ball, getting that first run. And, from there, just let things flow.
It was another good over from Bayers, keeping the batsman honest.
Mikael Pretorius starting his 18th over. That's the movement that we're looking at there, Mr. J.
100% right.
So good away movement from the left-hander. Now, I think Miguel, after seeing that, he'll probably try and angle it now at that, let's say, top of middle, almost offline,
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to push the line right now.
force the batsman to play it, and just hope that that exact movement happens. So that could test the batsman at all levels now.
Good ball. Good bowling.
You could actually see the batsman walking rather, and getting behind that line, because the batsman saw that movement as well. He saw that it's going away from him. So to try and almost diffuse the ball from, doing any tricks on him. And moving, using his feet, getting to the pitch rather of the ball and just smothering it with bat and pad.
You're 100% correct. He's using the features to cover that.
Again, well bowled, well left. Not much movement on that one there. That one just angling in on off and going over top of off. Oh, played and missed at it, and that's exactly what we've been speaking about, Mr. J.
That was what we were waiting for. Let's just have another look at this one.
I always find that it's a telltale when a batsman asks how many balls left. Look at that. Drawing him in.
Drawing him in.
And again there, not a lot of feet moving.
No,
there.
not at all.
No
He's moving
movement.
straight down the wicket, you see, not. That one tucked him in. This is real test match bowling, eh?
I'm hoping that after this over is done also that our cameraman can just, pan in on the Sri Lankan management team that is walking circles around the oval. Last ball, bit wide outside of the off. No run.
Just
Concludes
left it
his
alone.
over. 1 run from that over from Michael Pretorius. Sri Lanka A now 240 for the loss of 5 after 67. So our viewers at home, we've got, and something that Mr. J actually mentioned on it, it is a bit, I don't want to say funny, but it's making us, ask questions. The management team of Sri Lanka, I think this is about the 3rd or 4th or 5th lap already. One going clockwise, the other going anti-clockwise, and it's a common occurrence from what I've been seeing from yesterday.
Yeah, they've been at it for the full duration of the game. We also have to admit it's making us feel guilty that we're sitting up here not doing the laps.
I can almost bet that they both have smartwatches on, so that 10,000 steps for the day kicks in, I think, way before even lunch. Again, awesome bowling there from Bayer Swanepoel, Mr. Consistent. But he's also looking a lot stronger, Mr. J, from, if you see that upper body strength that he's, showing through that T-shirt. Shoulders are looking good, chest, arms are looking good. He's just becoming that, the face of the perfect all-rounder.
Yeah, he works extremely hard.
This time, well played there.
Just
by Sunil.
overpitched.
Won't reach the ropes. Oh, did something come of that?
Definitely seemed like it's a 4.
Yep.
Umpire signal, yeah.
Umpire signals it is 4 runs. Again, overpitched. I think that was a gimme to the batsman. nothing in it for him, just to go on the front foot, lean over it, play through the line of it, and let's call it deserved 4 runs.
No, it's a deserved 4
Deserved
because
4 runs
again,
for the shot.
yeah, it's again the quality of the batter, you see. If the bowler is going to err, he's going to pay.
Again, Fuller, batsman, thinking that he could capitalize on it again, but flirting with that edge. I think Sunil should just reset, think about it. You can see him just hitting the back of his bat there. Bit of frustration that he actually went after it. He should have just let it go through.
You see the difference between the two shots. The previous shot that went for 4, he put his foot across onto the off stump. This one, he just plants it straight down the wicket, and that's why he would miss it most times.
That one there, Bay is again angling in, looking for that LBW.
He's searching for
setting
those
him up.
pads, looking up for those pads. Great running.
Two batsmen at the crease. Sunil and Vishal currently on a 12-run partnership. Very new, very fresh at the crease since close of play yesterday. And something again that the South Africans might want to capitalize on, new blood at the crease. Try and knock over a few wickets. I think the approach should also be as what Sri Lanka done yesterday morning with the South Africans innings. I think they scored just over 120 runs, some odd runs in that session, and Sri Lanka wrapped it up. So I think South Africa would want to look to do the same. Bay is getting Vishad there onto that back foot, and again, Mr. Jaham pointing out there, Vishad still hasn't got a run off the bat.
Yes, for sure.
Over, lefty.
Just the edge of the last ball. The end of the over. South Africa 247 for 5. That's the match situation at the moment. South Africa batting first after winning the toss. 372 all out with the top score of 129 from Matthew Brietska. Sri Lanka 247 for 5. Wonderful 100 that we saw yesterday from Fernando. 122. They still trail by 125 runs.
Looks like we have a little bit of a bowling change there. Son of the soil.
Patrick Kruger coming in from the country club end, replacing Miguel Pretorius.
Patrick Kruger having that 1 wicket in hand already, conceding only 17 runs. Again, another Mr. Consistent, wicket to wicket. You miss, I hit. First ball, a little bit wide, outside of the off stump, not giving the batsman any trouble, just to see that one go through and hit Rivaldo Munsami's gloves. Again, another player that has put his hand up in the cricket scene in our country, and I think that it really came from his little stint at the SA20. Where the eyebrows were raised, like, who is this new kid on the block? Not knowing that he's been around the block a few times. So yeah, Patrick Kruger putting his hand up, getting pro-tier call-ups, white ball cricketer, hard hitter, very calculated also. And then obviously he can do his job with the ball as well.
Yeah, very good all-rounder. Very, very good all-rounder. He's also gone away from the game and went to go and work extremely hard. I remember he spent a stint or two in England and worked extremely hard on his game. And you're 100% right, he can hit the ball hard.
A lot of the viewers might not know. They have probably never been this side of the world. But there was a game, it was a club cricket game, Premier League at the B Field, Country Club B Field. So for the viewers that don't know, we've got Country Club B Field, then a road, and then we have the Astro turfs for the hockey. Played well, I think very well controlled into the gap, through that gully cordon for 4.
Very controlled, beautiful shot.
Played it late, waited for it under the eyes. Not even trying to, hit it hard there, Mr. J.
Yeah, he
it was
didn't
just all
even-
about timing.
All about timing.
It's coming back to that. So Patrick was playing there, and it was a tight one. I think he was actually playing for Burma Lads at the time, and against Olympian Wonders. It was a derby match, and the one ball he hit on the far end of the Country Club B, facing the AstroTurf, and he dispatched that ball into the AstroTurf, onto that hockey little AstroTurf on that side there. So massive 6. It was, that just showed us at that age already the power that the youngster had. Power, timing, and just being able to middle it.
No, that's for sure. Munsami now actually going up to the wicket and making sure that his fielders are in the correct angles now for Patrick Kruger's bowling.
Very good sign to see that South Africa is on the attack. They're not hanging back. They're not, on the defensive side. They're playing offensive now. They're attacking. If you look at the Captain Neil Brunt's field settings now, his field placings, this is an attacking field. We're out to get wickets. We're not here to, allow you guys to bat it out and get, runs on the board, and we'll just go and chase it, whatever the case may be. They are, and that's that positive energy that I spoke about yesterday, Mr. J. Both teams going back into the dresses yesterday after stumps. Positive with that, we in it to win it vibe, and I think the field placings is showing us exactly just that.
You're 100% correct. Really attacking fields, and now what happened also on that last ball, that ball went exactly to the Tole, where Munsami had actually put him. Just 3 balls ago. I think we're going to get the introduction of spin from the commentary box end.
President Subrayan coming in. When the captain brought Pren up yesterday, I think it was his first delivery, he actually got that breakthrough. A little caught behind in the slip cordon there. And I think that's what they're hoping would happen now too. It's a replay of yesterday.
No, for sure. It was a very good ball. First ball to be bowled yesterday from the spinner, taking a wicket. You'll most probably hope for much of the same today.
And basically on the money, he's almost copy and paste of his first delivery yesterday.
You're correct there.
I'll get it, Pat. Come on.
Fishard using his feet there and finally getting
I need a 45.
that, one run in the bag there, Mr. J.
That elusive first run. Now he can relax a bit.
Took him 12 balls, but Fishard opens up his account.
Onto you.
The one thing the Sri Lankans have an advantage on, because of subcontinent conditions, they grow up with spin, so they will most probably play Subrayan much better, even though I think he'll try his best to use his guile, to outthink them and outspin them.
Rocking back onto the back foot there and just cutting it through.
Pushed him back nicely there.
Cody Yusuf there, not making a mistake though. Very good, very fast mover and good hands.
Good fielding.
Chapang Titole.
He's an extremely good fielder.
Knowing Rivaldo Munsami's funny side, I can only but imagine the conversation while he's tying Sonal's laces up there. That oohs and ahs coming through again from South Africa. Just putting a little bit of mental pressure on the batsman there, Mr. J.
Yes, he's bowling and he's pushing him back the whole time. Doesn't want him to use his feet. Good over. Very interesting over. One run from it.
Sri Lanka after 70 overs, 252 for the loss of 5 wickets. Once again, if you have just tuned in, good morning and welcome to all our viewers. We're at the Kimberley Oval and witnessing the clash between Sri Lanka A and South African A. Patrick Kruger, still ball in hand from the country club end. With figures after 9 overs, 1 wicket, conceding 21 runs.
See again, interesting what Munsami is doing now with how he's placing the players and making sure the angles are right and making sure the fielders are on exactly the right spots. No run there.
must say, Mr. J, the pitch is actually playing very well. You know, day 3, you mentioned early on not a lot of cracks or none whatsoever, and still good bounce, still good carry. You know, hitting Mooney's gloves. I think under the circumstances, hands down, like we got to give credit to the ground staff, to stadium manager and his team.
No, for sure. Yeah, no, 100% right, because I also mentioned on comms yesterday that for Kimberley, it's a bit early in the season to be playing 4-day cricket. But yeah, the wicket has been true. It's been a good wicket. It was in it, a little bit in it for the batters and for the bowlers, and that's all that you ask for a 4-day wicket.
Oh, and there's a little bit of a pop, right? As we speak about it, hitting that area has been plaguing the batsmen from both sides, you know, for the past 2 days. And the very same bowler actually hit that same mark yesterday. I just can't remember which batsman it was, but he hit him on his bottom hand, also with one that just popped up.
You can just watch it here again. It's definitely a spot there.
Ugly one that actually was.
Just a little bit of more bounce than what the batsman expected.
You also mentioned yesterday, I think this is the first game, you know, played here since Umkati has, I don't want to say hung up his boots because he's still active out there, but from the union itself, from, you know, the groundsman of the Kimberley Oval. And I don't think the guys have done a bad job. You know, it's big boots to fill from Kati van Rensburg. You know, it's big boots to fill.
100% correct. Yeah, he's been the groundsman here for a very long time, and yeah, and you're right, he didn't hang up his boots, he just moved to another facility, and I think that he will be a massive asset to that school. But the guys have done well here. Got to compliment them, and very happy, because I also do know that within the cricketing world, your pitches is your biggest asset.
That is so, and I can point out we actually had the National Ficasa Club Champs just over a week ago, and the very same school where Mkati is now and preparing the pitch was actually rated amongst everybody that played there as the best pitch, you know, out of 4 fields that we utilized over that tournament. So Mkati definitely, where he goes, you know, only the best comes from it.
He's a passionate cricket man too. So Brian, back into the attack, and again we see the detail of how Munsami is moving his troops in order to make sure that the angles are 100% correct. There's no run there. Just a light tuck off his hip, and there's a single to Donisha. He moves to 20.
Got a little bit of a throwback moment here there for you, Mr. J. Little photo from the archives there. How many faces can you recognize in that one? Roughly about 1982, 83 era.
Yeah, I can see Michael Doherty, Fred Swabroek, Alan Bekus, Paul McLaren. Yeah, I know most of the guys, the Skoenegewels.
Very good shot there off the back foot. Looking for 3. Not going for it. 2 runs in the bag there for Vishad. Again, a big name there, Alan Bekus. You know, another one of the uncles that I've grew up in front of.
For sure, big hitting batsman.
Big hitter. Many a ball we would have to go fetch as the youngsters, down the road from CBC, like the backfield, down that road all the way down to the main road, taking you into Beaconsfield. So yeah, Alan Bekus, Uncle Alan, big hitter back in his time. A little bit of a drinks break. We've got 72 overs down. Sri Lanka A, 255 for the loss of 5 wickets, and currently trailing South Africa by 117 runs. Back from drinks break. South Africans still walking around with that little extra bounce in their step. Patrick Kruger, ball in hand from the country club end. For our viewers that just tuned in, Sri Lanka A currently on 255 runs with a loss of 5 wickets after 72 overs. Patrick keeping that line and length outside of the off stump. Just allowing Sunal Danusha just to let it run past. And welcoming in my fellow commentator to the box, Wayne. How's your morning been?
.255 for 5 after 72 overs, so still 8 overs left before the new ball comes. Yeah, Patrick Kruger's just getting it to cut across the batsman. Just a little bit of nip away as well from the lefty. Just Sunal Danusha does look comfortable now. He's faced 59 deliveries. And yeah, it's at that point now that the South Africans are looking for his wicket now. It becomes the key wicket for the South Africans.
I think both Patrick and Bayes, Wayne, is more or less the same type of bowler, but we still, Bayes bring a little bit more variation, but very skiddy, very, it rushes the batsman a lot. Puts him on the back foot there. Sunal Danusha concludes the over there. Very good over there from Patrick Kruger. Again, very consistent since yesterday, having bowled 11 overs, 1 wicket, and only conceding 21 runs.
Seven overs before that new ball becomes available for the South Africans. Would have thought we've seen 2 spinners in operation, but we are well into just under 200 overs in this game now, and we still haven't seen 2 spinners in operation from either side.
Again, I think, and something that we spoke about, Mr. J, myself, is, with the South African captain rather looking to capitalize with seam more than spin, because, the Sri Lankans probably more, what's the right word, more customed, way more experienced to playing spin than what they are, with Michal Pretorius coming in 135, 140 plus. So going that seam route and putting the Sri Lankans under a bit of pressure. I can't say a lot of pressure, Especially how he goes for the slog sweep, big hit. Clears the ropes for 6. Again, we just mentioned this now. So more accustomed to playing spin, getting more runs and taking on the spinners than what they are taking on the seam bowlers. So Neil Brunt obviously looking at that aspect of things to push them on the back foot, tuck them up, not giving them a lot of room to free their arms and just getting that ball like what we're seeing there going over the ropes. Could be possibly that's part of the strategy in the South African game plan.
Well, it makes sense for sure. I mean, we haven't seen really any attacking intent from Vishal Rintinga until that part. And that's warranted a field change from a South African standpoint. Tabang Totola goes from mid-wicket to a deepish mid-wicket-ish, corner-ish position. I think this is also the time from a Sri Lankan standpoint. They can just capitalize on that old ball, maybe not doing as much now, especially as it was in the morning. But on that point, I mean, we saw what Sri Lanka did yesterday in that morning session. Do you maybe feel like the South Africans didn't use the conditions as well as the Sri Lankan seamers did?
Falling a bit short of what the Sri Lankans done yesterday. I mean, if you look at what the Sri Lankans done, in their morning session against the South African batsmen, I think South Africa just got over 100 plus runs in that morning session until they were all bowled out. Quite obviously, everybody, I think, especially the South African batting team at the time, was hoping for 400 plus for that morning session. And the Sri Lankans just capitalized on it and wrapped it up. So I think South Africa coming in this morning came in with that same intent and hoping to do exactly the same, a little bit of a copy and paste situation, but it's not working out maybe as planned.
Maybe the new ball factor as well. Sri Lanka's ball would have been 4 overs old at the time that they started play yesterday. South Africa's this morning was just about 55 overs old.
I think it would be interesting to see once that new ball is released.
Some spin. And just a tad full there from Prince O'Brien. And the sweep shot comes out.
Well executed sweep shot there. You can see the batsman, getting nice and low, down on the ground, full reach with his bat. The levers just reaching out for there, and just a well-controlled sweep shot. Wayne, something that we've been, like Mr. Jay and myself have been talking about is, and then you saw one of them on the screen now there, is the Sri Lankan management team. I don't know if there is some form of a fitness level that they have to pass, but you would always see 2 to 4, from the Sri Lankans walking around the field the whole time, like making us feel bad here for just sitting around. So we're going to have to put on our smartwatches and get in that 10,000 steps.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Discovery does not like those Sri Lankan coaches. But yeah, spoke to the production team, and they say they've been doing this since Potchefstroom as well.
The walking around
the field, yes.
all the time.
So for the first 3 List A matches that they had down there as well, and they bring down that same energy here to Kimberley. Yeah, I think we're trying to figure out how many laps they would have done in a day. I think my guess would have been somewhere in the region of 300.
Down the leg, very, very loose ball, loose delivery there from Patrick Kruger. Rivaldo Munsami attempted, had a little bit of a goalkeeper's dive at it, but to no avail. Goes over the ropes for 4.
Yeah, wild delivery there from Patrick Kruger, no control whatsoever. And unfortunately, those go down as buys for one Rivaldo Munsami. And yeah, you as a wicketkeeper, you feel hard done by those going down as buys. Still Brand checking where Patrick Kruger wants him. Patrick is saying he's good there. It's a very wide first slip, second slip really. So Much more stock standard delivery from Patrick Kruger that time around. Difference on Tunisia this morning from the one we saw last night.
A lot different. I think, we've been speaking about Fishad also. He never got off the mark until like 12, 13 balls later. And, something that a few of us dread is not getting off that mark immediately. Just for the little bit of confidence going into it, little bat on ball, getting that one, opening the up account. This time, Rivaldo Munsami getting a hand to it. Well done there from him with Patrick Kruger again, just straying down leg. But yeah, coming back to just getting off that mark, getting that, opening up your account. Just a little bit of a, like you just done now, a sigh of relief. But Vishad was there, just like blocking it out, staying on that zero mark, still looking at the dreaded duck. But yeah, and then all of a sudden you just see him starting to play a little bit around, and he's going for that big slog over mid. So I think a little bit of explosion could come. I told Mr. J also, I dread the batsman that can stand there for 30, 40 balls and not score a run. That takes a lot.
Yeah, I think that's the most difficult batters to bowl to. Because from a pressure standpoint, apparently nothing you can do can apply that sort of pressure that gets them thinking that they need to score a run. Somewhat what Sonal Tunisia is doing, 21 of 69. It's the 70th ball he's faced, he's leaving that alone.
That one staying very low, half rolling through to Rivaldo Munsami, taking it very low at ankle height, if we can call it that. Could that be the pitch acting up a bit? A little bit of, I think there was one ball that popped from Patrick Kruger, but that was again on the green patch that we've been speaking about. And this side to the left hander just rolling through to Rivaldo Munsami's ankles. So yeah, could be a little bit of a concern for the batsman. One pops, one stays low.
And I heard Sir Jacobs earlier speaking about day 3, moving day in cricket or golf. But yeah, it's not just in terms of the match situation that refer to it as moving day, but also on the wicket, because that's when the wicket starts to deteriorate, or in some instances starts to improve. But yeah, this is where usually that the wicket does start to throw up a little bit of spice, make things a little bit exciting.
Good line, good length there by Sir Brian, and some turn there.
Yeah, suspected that today he might turn it a lot, Prince O'Brien, and sort of expected to see him really bowling the bulk of South Africa's overs from this Com's end. So he hasn't really carried an end as Prince O'Brien. This is only his 12th over out of South Africa's 76. So you would expect that to change, especially now where the wicket will probably take a little bit more spin.
Well, we had an earlier discussion regarding some big things happening on top from a government perspective for sport. So the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Mr. Gayton McKenzie, and then our Minister of Education that has signed the MOU bringing, sports back into schools. What's your view on it? Like we see it very positive. 4 runs, well played sweep again there from Sunal Danusha. Again, just executing that sweep like with military precision. I think it's also looking like a go-to shot now for the Sri Lankans. But yeah, coming back, what's your take on that?
Yeah, first fantastic shot from Sunal Danusha. Second time he's executed that sweep shot well. Just maybe not the line for Prem, maybe just a touch too full. But yeah, easy pickings there for Sunal Danusha. It's 4 runs. Yeah, I'm a big believer that school sports feeds into what we do as a national team in whatever sports that is. And I mean, you see it with the rugby, especially in this side of the world. Rugby is very, very big in schools. We see that filter down to your 3-time world champions in the Springboks. So yeah, that is absolutely fantastic. It's fantastic for the youngsters as well. Especially from a public school perspective, where sports really isn't a mainstay. So from that perspective, just to get those not so privileged kids, just to get sports on a regular basis.
That's exactly what we actually spoke about, is more opportunities for sport that would hopefully, and then again, I'm the glass half full guy on this one, filter into the rural areas, getting that rural stars onto the biggest platforms, biggest stages, be it in the Olympics, be it Rugby World Cups, be it Cricket World Cups, just getting the talent identified from the rural areas, from that disadvantaged areas, where they don't have the facilities, they don't have the equipment. I think, and I speak under correction, the Minister of Sports, Arts and Recreation and Culture spoke about releasing 65 or something million rand as the kickoff to that project, and which I think, or I believe that would be a massive turnaround. Again, Patrick Kruger straying way down the leg side. This fielded this time, but conceding 2 byes. But yeah, again, just to unlock, that potential that is hiding away in the rural areas, I think is going to be next level. Our rugby captain, Sia Kolisi, where does he come from? Do you understand?
Zole Mapimpi as well.
Mapimpi the same. They, players that is, they second to none. But where do they come from? They were identified. They were given that opportunity. They went to Grey. The opportunities came from there, and they just made the most of it. A lot more Sia Kolisis are around in that rural areas, and with the minister unlocking, this new dawn in sports, let's call it, I think could only just be to the best ever, since sliced bread for South Africa and sport in general.
And this is adding to what already is a very loaded South Africa in terms of sportsmen. So now it's just trying to find those diamond in the roughs. No pun intended.
Welcome to Kimberley.
But yeah, definitely giving those underprivileged or people that are not exposed to certain sports. I mean, we see it. I'll speak always about one of my favorite basketball players, Bol. Had not seen a basketball until he was 19, and ended up being one of the very best. So you want to find those people that might not know how cricket goes.
That's why I've been like I'm hopping on this one. The platforms that Pitch Vision, Super Sports schools are providing is so amazing, because 9 times out of 10 it's at another well played, goes over the ropes for 4. Just again, very risky. Used his feet, use the angle that Patrick Kruger is bowling at him. So that's a middle and leg type of a line that Patrick was looking at, and he just uses that wrist, that Sri Lankan flavored wrist, strong wrist, quick hands, and sends that one over the ropes for 4.
Yeah, didn't look to overhit it, didn't look to hit it really. It was just about turning it around the corner, using the pace that Patrick Kruger has given him, and it just kind of feels that Patrick Kruger has lost his bearings here a little bit. But yeah, great shot from Sonal Dinesha, takes him to 30.
Sri Lanka now on 279 for 5 as Patrick comes in, and his follow-up ball again outside the off. Just getting again, resetting, your GPS coordinates. Just let's hit it again and get it back on the money. So he keeps it outside off, but you can see a little bit of frustration from Patrick Kruger, because we all, and as much as he expects a lot more from him, we too expect a lot more from him. And, that consistency, hitting the money every ball, and then picking up that wicket.
Yeah, see, that's probably the worst thing about being a fan is that your expectations are always at 100%. There's never any understanding of what the bowler or any of your favorite sportsmen is doing when they're not getting it right. 6 of that over, 279 for 5, 3 overs away from the new ball.
I think sometimes also as fans and supporters, we are a bit hard on the guys, but I think it's not in a negative light. It's only because we know what their potential is, and they have set their own standards and their bars up high, high, way up high. So when we see a little loose ball going down leg, we're like, what happened? Like, we don't expect that from you, Mr. Consistent. We know you to do this. So yeah, positive criticism. I think just for Patrick just to reset again, go back to basics and then just build from there again. And you'll see him pull through and get a couple more sticks in the bag. So Brian again there on the money, getting the batsman there, Vishad, just playing that defensively.
Yeah, just back to that point you were making. So Brian just goes to the pad, sending it back in down the ground for a single. Yeah, there's big shout out to those platforms that are not only just giving the kids their chance to shine, but also exposing them to the world. I was on TikTok recently and I saw New Zealand Rugby posting something that happened in schoolboy rugby, I think in Maritzburg. That's beautiful. Now those kids are exposed. They're going to get better opportunities. If it doesn't happen here in South Africa, it can now happen in New Zealand or wherever else.
Again, going to that release shot, the slog sweep, this time putting it way over the ropes for 6.
Yep, you were right. Sri Lankans very accustomed to the spinners. They're very happy to take them on, and this time he goes underneath it, has no intention of keeping it on the ground, and that one is sailing over the fence for 6.
Controlling it down, then I got a problem.
So speaking about platforms like these, when the pitch vision platform, especially for it being onto YouTube, so on the internet, 9 times out of 10, Wi-Fi is accessible. It's available. If you don't have, you might want to just dig into your neighbor's Wi-Fi, just beg for the password there or something. But I mean, you can go to McDonald's, for example, and get free Wi-Fi there. So allowing the kid who's interested in the game to just tap into YouTube, go and watch, see what his heroes are doing or see what his peers are doing, because this is more like, that schoolboy leagues, picking up from there. They're all over the internet now. You're seeing videos on the daily being uploaded. You're seeing live games being streamed via Pitch Vision, via Super Sports schools. It's just, I think it's a very positive factor in sport now in general. I just don't want to say in South Africa, but worldwide. For that youngster to actually go home and just evaluate, either looking at himself, what did he do wrong, what did he do right, what he needs to work on, what shot got him out, what shot should what should he focus on practicing at the next net session, or looking at his peers and saying, this time he goes up in the air with that slog sweep, is it going to get him out, Wayne? He's got it. So Ryan picks it up, the go-to shot this time, costing Sunal Danusha his wicket, scoring 36 runs of 83 balls and having Sri Lanka now at 286 for the loss of 6 wickets.
And you can see him there, he's in agony. He knows that is his shot. He played it on the ground 3 in a row, finally went for one up in the air. And this time South Africa had a man down there, and Bear Swanepoel very, very happy to put his hands underneath there and take the catch. Nothing too different from the previous one that he went to. Maybe just reaching a little bit this time, but comfortable from Bear Swanepoel. And that's wicket number 6 from a South African standpoint. It's 286 for 6. It was a good knock up until then. It broke a 51-run partnership. So they had built something at that Sri Lankan pair, Shad Randika and Sonal Dinesha. They've done it slow, they've done it quietly. But yeah, the spinner takes a bit of a tap and then gets a wicket for the second time today, for the second time in this match by South African spinner.
I'm trying to think maybe of two factors of why he went for that shot. You know, having already got the 6, he's had a thing. I think there were 7 runs already from that over. So either two factors. Factor number 1, we have decided to take on the spinner. Factor number 1. Factor number 2, possibility, and very plausible, is the new ball is around the corner. So do we capitalize with the old ball in the spinner's hand right now and play, shots like that? Or do we just hang back and, just play conservatively? That's the two factors, the only two that I can think of.
Yeah, interesting. It brings to the wicket Isitawa Sundara. Just saw his numbers there on screen. Best of 83, averaging 14. So maybe into to the shaky bit of the Sri Lankan batting lineup. 2 overs left before that new ball as well. South Africa will lick their lips here. There they are. His 38th innings here in his 29th first-class game, 478 runs. He's 27 years old. He hasn't played all that many first-class matches. So clearly Sri Lanka think they've got an all-rounder here in their hands.
Also bowling change there for South Africa, bringing in Cody Yusuf from that country club end. I think the captain Neil Brunt there just giving Patrick just a little bit of time just to, reset, get the mind again, where it needs to be focused. But yeah, Cody Yusuf, the dynamite comes in small packages. That's when I see Cody, that's what I see. Very deceiving bowler, especially if you haven't faced him before.
Yeah, deceiving in terms of his pace. You probably watching it from up here and you're thinking, maybe not as quick as you would think. But yeah, he is rapid, probably the fastest South African bowler in this lineup. This one just fended off on the back foot for a dot ball. I do like this call though from a South African standpoint with the new ball on the horizon. Maybe let him warm up with the old one and then throw him the new ball in 8 minutes time. Is there a possibility that South Africa hold off that new ball, take it only after lunch? 26 minutes away from that.
Strong possibility. I don't know if I would though. As if I had to be captain, I would actually go for the jugular. They're on the back foot. You got the I think the last of the batsmen, the recognized batsmen out now. So let's try and wrap it up before lunch. That would be my thinking. Throw that new ball. Let's see if we can get 2-3 quick wickets and take that into lunch.
Yeah, irony is we said exactly the same yesterday about the Sri Lankans when they were in the field. Mr. J, we spoke about them trying to get those 6 wickets before they get back. You don't want to come back into lunch for 2-3 overs. You want to get into the change room, get your mindset switched on to the second innings, the batting. But yeah, still think Vishal Randika is a key wicket. Can occupy the crease for extended periods of time. We saw that best score for 183 not. Usually best down the order, 7. So nothing new this for him batting with the lower order. You can see Pranil and Subrine, the coaching staff, maybe just discussing there whether the new ball should be taken immediately or not. Good sound off the bat there.
Very nice sound off the bat there. Well controlled off the back foot. Waited for it, got it almost under that eye line and just playing through the line of it. It's always a good thing just to hit the middle.
So I'm just pointing at Marcus Ackerman there. It's an interesting full position there where he is. Is that a shot point? He is in your shot there.
I'm gonna put that on Rivaldo Munsami. It was early on. He was the conductor of where the guys have to be standing in their positions. So that's all on Mooney there. Very attacking and something that, you know, a positive thing that we've been seeing now from the South Africans. And not standing back, not going on, you know, defensive mode, still playing very much offensive, attacking, going for that jugular. Hence why I'm thinking, take the new ball and see if you can wrap it up before lunch. But yeah, very short catching point there.
Oh, you don't want a ball short there, Cody. Might poke markers. Bit of trouble. Back foot punch to Tsapang at cover. That's a good comeback over from Cody Yusuf. He has bowled magnificently throughout his 17 overs in this game. Those figures don't do him any justice. It's 286 still after 79.
Looking very relaxed in that dugout there.
Yes, the four guys are not in this 11. Mhlalim Bongwana, Lutho Sipamla, Devil Brevis, and Jean Duplessis in that order. Probably all looking to put their hand up for that second game. Sri Lanka have a home test series coming up against New Zealand starting on the 21st. Beg your pardon, starting on the 18th of September against New Zealand. Wonder how many of these players in this side get that call-up. I think Koshara Fernando would be a name in somebody's lips.
I would definitely. That was my first name that I would mention now. And like Koshara Fernando, his name is definitely in the conversation. He's definitely in the conversation, especially after his performances. It's just world-class batsman. Like I'm still in awe of what I witnessed from him yesterday. So definitely, I think yeah. His call-up is on the horizon.
The skipper, maybe? Pasinto Surabandara?
Oh, that one almost crept under.
You don't want to be going back to that. Wiji, that is his first ball. Just been on the other end watching that maiden from Vishal Randika. Tall lad. Yeah, you don't want to be going back to that too often. Who's in Nas, hands on heads from South Africans.
I think that's something that Pren's also been doing a lot now for the morning, is pushing the batsmen, you know, back all the time, just pushing them back. And that's where that release shots were actually coming from was, you know, instead of going on the back foot and possibly edging it through to first slip, like how Pren got his first wicket yesterday. They would lay across and then just slog sweep it or just, you know, paddle it around. So very good bowling from Pren. That one just blocked down with all ability, putting that bat down and just smothering that ball there, just not wanting it to turn and not putting him on the back foot there from a batsman.
And just to add to your point, that's how we got a second wicket as well. Batters trying to combat that's just big stride from Sunal Dinesha for the slog sweep, and that man in your shot there, Bear Swanepoel, at backward of square. That one just falling straight into his gloves.
Again, pushing the batsman back. Risky. Risky.
Yeah, as a spin bowler myself, I always think I'm in business whenever the batter goes onto the back foot. See Neil Brown maybe just walking down to him, just special delivery to spinners, conversion, seeing what game plan they can come with. This is the last ball before the new ball becomes available. Outside off a bit more, yeah, I think that's exactly what he was taught to do. And it also didn't carry to the keeper.
Stayed very low on that side there, but again, I think it's time. Let's see what the captain's going to do.
Yeah, don't think it's happening.
Before anything, don't think it's happening. He's not going to take that the new nut. Umpire's asking him.
No, I don't think it's happening. Looks like just here at the point region, they are still shining that old ball. So maybe they're just going to have a look and see if they are going to take it. But you can see umpire Lubaba Lokuma just giving that ball to umpire Stephen Harris. because the new ball might just be taken from that end. Oh, never mind. There it is. New ball taken. So you are 2 from 2 here today.
Jugular, attack it. Well, you're in a good position as South Africans, having the Sri Lankans at 286 for 6. 80 overs are now done. What do? You attack. The field positioning has already shown us that South Africa is, they're out to smother, to finish it off right now. So they get new ball and just go for it.
And go for it. They are 2 slips in the gully. Deep points, deep back on a square, fine leg. It's nice and full where you want to be, driven with confidence. Right, Vishad Randika for a dot. You can see the mix just having a look at it. I think maybe just scuffed already on that first shot.
Yeah, if you've never ever played in Kimberley or in the Northern Cape on a hole, and you're not used to the conditions, we've got very hard grounds here. So a scuff from the first ball there, it's kind of expected, if played like that and hitting the surface. That one going nice and quickly through, good carry, true bounce all the way into Mooney's gloves over there, and a little bit of movement.
Yeah, a little bit of movement. Yeah, we are, 103 minutes into the day so far. So that dew maybe now starting to dry off. Just a little bit of it still in the surface. And just saw a little bit of movement there from Kodash. Back foot punch still running in hard. Yes, Cody Yusuf. His 18th over.
It's actually about to say that Cody still looks as if it's day one, and he's running in as a fresh bowler here. So again, fitness levels, we have to give props to management team, to the coaches, to the strength and conditioning guys, keeping the boys in good shape. I mean, less injuries come from when you're in good shape.
Especially this early on in the season. It's still pre-season here in South Africa. Officially, the season starts on the 21st of September. Yeah, so for these guys to be in shape, especially for 4-day cricket, because I would assume obviously pre-season is where you would get your fitness up. But a lot of players right now maybe just setting up for the T20 stuff, more so than the 4-day that only starts late in October.
I can point out, though, that a lot of squads, nationally, their pre-season training for the past, let's say, 2-3 years has, it's become a lot more June, July type of a thing. Normally it would be around about this time of the year, a few years back, August, September, and go into the season. But I've been noticing a lot of squads nationally, their pre-season has been, early on into the winter now. It's almost like back in our younger years with your winter academies, and Mr. J would 100% know this. So the winter academies would be in June, where you'd actually get a nice little tracksuit, a beanie, and everything. And as much as it is cold in Kimberley, we would be there at 7:30, 7:30 a.m. for a pickup to be at the stadium. But for nationally, to see that from the guys, very beautiful shot, straight down the ground, just with poise, just like classy. And I've been saying, like, Vishad probably, I think his personal best is also over 100.
Yeah, 180 not odd.
Yeah. So I'm going to call it possibly the last of the classy batsmen of Sri Lanka. But I mean, just look at that beautiful shot all the way down the road, fully in control of that. Just like, what more do you want to see?
Yeah, just pure class there. Just looks absolutely fantastic, especially when he holds the pose. He knows the camera's out here. And only his second boundary takes him to 16 and Sri Lanka to 290.
Bowling change for South Africa. Captain turns back to Mr. Consistent Bayers Swanepoel with a new nut in hand. Well, 1 over old.
Yeah, new ball. His ball 15 overs at 3. He's taken the 1 wicket. So he's also put in a shift
a well-worked wicket, though, like from this morning session, targeting outside off, 4 or 5 times out of 6, and then just getting that one to dart back into the batsman's pads. Very, very well-worked wicket for Beyers. Well-deserved also.
Yeah, he's not your usual bang, bang, bang type of bowler. He's the bowler who'll set you up as a batsman. Every ball, including the full toss that you hit for 6, is part of a plan with Beyers Swanepoel, or at least it feels like it. Touch fuller that time. No real foot movement from Isita Wajasundara. Yeah, it does look like he can bat. Maybe those numbers just not doing him justice. Just the 150, average of 15. Chance for him to cash in. That one. I think it's just a variation maybe of pace, maybe just nipping a bit. And yeah, he was false shot, had him falling over there.
Yeah.
At Beyers Swanepoel.
I think that's the brilliance of Beyers again that we spoke about. The variety that he brings when he has ball in hand. You can see that they're just missing the outside edge, and yeah, South Africans definitely on top of it now.
Ooh.
The oohs and the ahs.
Yeah, it looked like he made that decision late to leave that one. And just back to that last ball, it just seemed to fall over as well. It did Wiji. I think it also goes down to him not putting in a stride really when it's going forward for that defense.
Could also be Beyers took a little pace off it.
Yeah, it looked like it.
Yeah, when you leaning in and the ball's not there yet, you tend to fall over because you're trying to reach for it. So yeah, again, part of Beyers' variation. It's good to watch when he's on top form.
And that's exactly what he's on. Judging from the way he ended the 4-day season last year anyways. Spoke about it yesterday, maybe just entering his prime now.
Oh, that one, just like good movement, good line, good length, forcing the batsman to try and do something their way. And yeah, beating him hands down.
Hey, Mr. J just asked the question, yeah? How did that miss? Oh my word, that is a quality delivery. And I think it would have taken Tom Bradman to edge that one. Good start from Beyers Swanepoel. It's a maiden. There's the match situation. 372. All out South African 108 overs after winning the toss and electing to bat on day 1. This being day number 3. Sri Lanka on 290 for 6, 82 overs, new ball. Rashad Randika on 16. Cody Yusuf running in. Mr. J?
Good afternoon. Are you good, Wayne? A nice tight session this, eh?
Yeah, it's an interesting session. 2 wickets for the South Africans. Not too many runs really headed by the Sri Lankans. Just feel like one more wicket here, South Africa will think this is their session definitely.
No, that's for sure. That's for sure. Just a good wicket or two, and then the game changes.
10 minutes to lunchtime. Survival mode here for Sri Lanka. Back off the length, fend it off, it's a dot ball. Cody Yusuf, not for 56, 18.2 overs, the most used South African bowler. Those numbers don't do him any justice, eh?
Yeah, no, we would have probably wanted a better return. And I think he bowled much better than those figures suggest there.
Oh yeah, definitely. He had a three ball patch against Pasinda Surya-Bandere yesterday. Outside edge, return catch, outside edge yet again. Drop and run? No. Marcus Ackerman, live wire in the field, gets there, collects it. The temperature maybe just starting to pick up. Might have seen Kashile there taking his pullover off. Or is it just maybe readjusting it? I think that actually is the case. I've had this field now set up for Cody Yusuf after they took the new ball. But apart from that first ball, hasn't really attacked with the bouncer that often. Foreshadowing from my part. This one maybe not coming up the way he wants, and batsman a little early on it, and Sine Kashile had to cover for 35 meters to his left to get to that one. Bears will come back for 2.
Yeah, he had to cover quite a bit of distance to save that ball.
Yeah, it went to Cow Corner region.
Yes.
Is that a pace thing maybe? Did it maybe just a little bit slow off the surface?
I think it came a bit slow off the surface, and but the batsman deliberately hit it forward of square. Try to avoid Kashile in the outfield.
What he also did well there was he rolled his hands, tried to keep it on the ground. But yeah, Cody Yusuf, he'll be encouraged by seeing the batters going after that one. That time just a touch too straight, turn around the corner, get a single.
Yeah, just a nudge down the leg side for a single. South Africa now really having to dig deep before lunch and hopefully trying to get another wicket before lunchtime.
Yeah, 7 minutes left. That's about 2 more overs, so 1 more from Bears and possibly another one from Cody Yusuf from the other end. I wouldn't say desperately need a wicket, but I'll say 1 would be very, very nice.
Yeah, 1 would be handy.
He is to the lefty, hasn't bowled to him with the new ball yet, says Cody Yusuf. 2 slips in the gully for him. Points that's very backward and short as well. And that one is left on length, through to the keeper. That's 83 overs gone. Great was that first over from Bears Swanepoel.
Great over.
Yeah, it worked him, got him to fall over the one, the other one just missing.
No, it was a great over, literally setting the batsman up, drawing him into it, and we're seeing a bit of gamesmanship here by the Sri Lankans, requesting some batting gloves or something they're getting from the 12th man, or some water, most probably forcing the umpires so that they don't bowl that extra over.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday too as well at the end of day, where Sonal had to tie his shoelaces. You can't see me, but I'm making coat marks. Had to tie his shoelaces for a couple of minutes before the 5th ball of that, what turned out to be the final over yesterday. But yeah, I say that is thinking cricket more than it is gamesmanship.
For sure. No, for sure. I agree with you. But it definitely seems as if there's something the matter, because there's a long delay there. It's got something to do with his bat.
I'm not too sure what was going on there, but yeah, needed help from three of the substitutes there from the Sri Lankans. But all's well. That took about 2 minutes. And yeah, that probably will make this the last over, unless Bear Swanepoel can just go through it quickly. Now it's the South Africans' turn to have a meeting. They're by the slips.
Also the leadership of the South African team having a chat.
A wealth of experience there. Marcus Ackerman, Patrick Kruger, Rivaldo Munsami. We've seen him conducting the field already. And the skipper, of course, Neil Brandt.
Yeah, Munsami's been very busy for the whole morning session, making sure that the fielders are in the correct positions and moving them around.
Yeah, we spoke on day one and we said that the Sri Lankans were very meticulous in where they were putting their fielders, very active. And we didn't quite see that in the first station from the South Africans, but a different story this morning from Munsami. Changing the fielders, just adjusting the positions.
Yeah, he was very active this morning, very, very active.
Swinging through the air there. Swanepoel, but a good stop at point by
Great.
Sepang Titole.
Yeah, he saved his team a few runs in that point region. Great fielding by Dutole.
Just also showing his versatility to Sepang Titole, a man who's had the gloves almost the entirety of last season for the Dolphins. Showing that he can do it in the field as well. Beautiful.
Lovely little punch through the covers, and that will run away for 4.
Yes, indeed. Miguel Pretorius, the man giving chase there. And it was an absolutely quality shot. That is just purely hands from Vishal Randikar. Hitting it through the line. It is swinging through the air. But maybe just a touch over pitch. Driven on the up a little bit. But yeah, quality cricket shot from Vishal Randikar. Brings up the, beg your pardon, takes the score to 297 for Sri Lanka. Teaser that one for Miguel Pretorius. He thought he was in. Got to be slowing down. Yeah, just kept its pace.
Just kept it going.
Searching now. It's B.S. Swanepoel just looking for that magic delivery, starting on the off, swinging away. I think you've seen the last two just moving through the air. It's important though to stay patient as a bowler, especially in this format. If you stray away from your laurels, batters will punish you because they don't get too many opportunities to score runs. Bit of bounce there.
But a bounce outside the off stump, but just left alone by the batsman.
Yeah, maybe just like to bring it a little bit closer there. I wonder if umpire Babs is just saying to him there, come on, mate. Just take 40 seconds to bowl this one. But yeah, 11:59 local time.
Off, yeah.
As you can see there, Sito was just also just taking his time. Oh, well balled there from B.S. Swanepoel, but inside out from the batsman. And he drives straight to extra cover for a dot ball. So that's the end of the over. It's 298 for 6 after 84 overs. The clock still reads 11:59. Umpire will take a very slow walk to the stumps. See if he gets there by 12 o'clock. The batters are looking at the clock. Umpires are looking at the clock. Fielders are looking at the clock. And they all get what they want.
Lunchtime.
Yes, indeed. Fantastic 2-hour session here. Mr. J, just talk us through how you've seen this morning's session.
Yeah, I must say that the bowling of South Africa very much controlled. Sri Lanka didn't really get away by scoring a lot of runs. And a very nice session. And again, most probably odds are all even.
You'd say the odds are all even. Do you remember that India are coming down to South Africa this year for a 4 T20 international series? Do visit Cricketer Koza for your tickets. We'll see you, ladies and gentlemen, in 40 minutes.
weet hom. Dat wat aan die net afkom.
Welcome back after lunch. Cody Youssef running in there for South Africa. Immediately getting the single there for Sri Lanka.
Just a punch off the back foot for a single. Takes Sri Lanka to 298 for 6, or sorry, 299 for 6. I wonder what would the discussions have been over lunch, Wani?
I think from both camps, Mr. J, still to stay positive. You know, for the batsmen have good positive intent, and I think for South Africa it's just to not go quiet in the field. You know, keep that same energy, get the oohs and ahs still going. You know, again, it's red ball cricket. It's a mental test of note. So yeah, they needed to obviously both carry that same energy coming into this now.
No, for sure. This is one format of the game that really tests you mentally and physically. And you really have to be at your best all the time.
I can say this though, you know, one thing sitting here, you know, what did the guys have for lunch? Because if they had what we had, I feel half dead here. An amazing lunch, a good shot right there, all the way through for 4. Again, that positive intent, Mr. J, it's kind of showing. You know, that's 5 runs from 3 balls.
Beautiful shot through the offside. Classic square drive for a left-hander. Takes Sri Lanka to 303 now.
Cody Youssef running in again. What would his reply be? Very optimistic shot there from Mooney. Cody getting that ball, you know, just the right angle, cramping up the batsman and then still nipping back into him. Can see him just walking it off.
It looked like he just took one on the body.
For my country. And then with authority, well stopped there, well fielded there. But again, very, very classy shot there. Just the brilliance of the fielder there. That was, you know, destined for 4 there, Mr. J.
No, definitely for beautiful fielding. Is that Beyers? Lovely fielding. No, Michael Pretorius. No, not Michael. It's definitely Beyers. Looks like Beyers. Great fielding. He definitely saved his team 4 runs there. It brings Randika on to strike now. Sorry, correction. It was actually Matthew Breetska that did that save. The end of the first over after lunch, quite an eventful one.
Yep, 6 runs from that over there, with a beautiful, well-played boundary. Also a little bit of a battle there again between Cody and the batsman over there, Mr. J. You know, the dot ball and then the 4, and then the ball into the body, and then that, you know, that powerful drive that was obviously fielded and brilliantly fielded so much from Matthew Breetska. And, you know, it's just that battle, the war of Cody Youssef and that attitude of him, that just amazes me.
Yeah, look, with Cody, he's always up for a fight, eh? And he's a competitive youngster.
Bayers Swanepoel coming out from the commentary box end. looking for the little drop and run there.
He's bowling his 18th over now.
Any changes that you think the South Africans would try and implement after lunch now, Mr. J?
Just another ball into the body and also just dropped off and no run there. For me, I'm always, and I mentioned this yesterday, I know that the seamers were always wanting to bowl from the opposite end from where we're commentating from. But I would have given the spinner a bit of a nick from the opposite side, just to see what if he can extract something out of this pitch. Just a gentle tap onto the leg side, no run.
So that's going straight to you, bro.
Also with Subraian's little bit of a stint earlier on, before lunch, before the new ball in actual fact, the Sri Lankan batsman went after him, but that created the opportunity and he picked up a stick. They're not taking that much risk against the seamers, and that could be, you know, a little bit of a disadvantage for the South Africans if we're looking to knock them over, you know, with trailing by X amount of runs.
No, that is true. And it seems as if the one thing that we have to give credit to the Sri Lankans, they can bat. So they're really taking their time and they're just seeing out the seamers. And I think that's just a nudge down into the leg side for a single down to third man. And I still think that the excitement, you're 100% right, was when Subraian was bowling. It seemed like he could have got a wicket any time. He pushed the batsman back all the time, and if I'm not mistaken, did he only bowl 2 overs before the new ball?
Which again, you know, just it edges me to think that, you know, even captain, take the ball, you know, try and bowl it from, like you said, the opposite end from us, and let's see what happens. A little bit of foot movement there, almost got in a bit of trouble, but managing just to play it out. Bayes Swanepoel, that's his 18th over, done and dusted, with bowling figures of 1 for 50 runs conceded.
Very tidy over from Bayers. I think now for the next couple of overs we would definitely be able to see the seam. I'm sure they wouldn't risk bringing the spinner up so early with the new ball. But I think the captain could change it up a little bit.
You know, conventionally and from a little bit of a earlier time of cricket, it was never really known for the spinner to take a new ball. But in recent years, we've seen the exact opposite of what used to, you know, be the conservative way of playing and the orthodox way of playing the game. We might just see that, Mr. J. You know,
Yeah.
if the captain goes on the onslaught and he goes seeking, he might just take that ball himself.
No, I agree with you. It's in the modern world, anything is possible these days.
Cody putting it into the batsman's body there. I think definitely going down leg, and a little bit of height maybe comes into play as well.
Yeah, Randeka he just tried to paddle it around the corner, and I think just got himself into a little bit of trouble. But no interest from the umpire for that appeal. What a ball.
Definitely what is called a Jaffa.
What a ball. You have to be an extremely good bat to miss that one.
Just having another look at that one there, Mr. J.
Absolute Jaffa.
Also there, the pitch should just show that trueness of that pitch, hitting it at that spot there. Because it was still climbing, you know, to Mooney. He had to stretch up, and he managed to palm it up and then just recover from it. But I mean, that's a good sign for Seema with the new ball in hand.
Very encouraging for Cody now. And it seems as if he's even got a nice quick step now. And with getting assistance from the pitch on day 3. Just tucked off his hip for a single from Randeka. Brings the left hander on strike to Cody Yusuf.
We still see that positive field settings from the South Africans, still on that attack mode, looking to get 1 or 2. Oh, definitely that extra step in Cody Yusuf's run up there and walk. That could have been, should have, but is not.
Yeah, that's definitely a little bit of an effort ball. Had any fielder been tucked under a helmet there, it would have been a safe one. But there was nobody close in, so the batsman gets away with it, and it's the end of that over, and it again brings Bayer Swanepoel to bowl the next over. Lovely shot, but straight to the fielder.
One thing that we need to also really commend, Mr. J, is the South Africans' fielding. It's, you know, you've got normally, and again, and I'm talking about back in the day, you would have 1, 2, maybe 3, you know, outstanding fielders. Even further back in the day, this time again just played a little bit. Was it up or was it into the ground?
It was into the ground.
Into the ground. So back in the day, we would just look at and compare ourselves to Jonty Rose. You know, that was like the mark to try and hit. But in today's game, in this squad here, right here in front of us, a lot of these fielders are so explosive, so quick, so dynamic. Like, you know, credit obviously to the coaching staff for getting these boys at that level.
No, I must say that if there is a difference between the two teams, then it is the fielding. In the South African A side, there is some really good fielders, and they obviously pride themselves on being a very good fielding unit. So Pang Tetole obviously standing out, even though he's normally a wicket keeper, but he's literally been a wizard in the field.
That's good.
I spoke a little bit yesterday about the experience within the slip cordon when we had the captain, Patrick, Marcus Ackerman. So experienced quality fielders in those positions. The end of another Bayer Swanepoel over, just 2 runs coming from that.
I think I need to again just point out again, just like, you know, the brilliance of coaches in our country, and when they're selecting their team, it doesn't come down to, okay, you can bowl and you can bat, so you'll bat 1 down or open the batting, and you'll take the new ball. That's no longer the case. You know, with the analysts, that has now become a huge, like, a part of team structure and selecting the right team to play. It boils down not just to bowling or batting, but how quick are you in the field? Where's your perfect position? You know, where your specialist needs to be in that position, in that areas there. You know, there's so much factors, you know, to date that they look at before they actually even put your name down on the starting 11.
100% correct. There's so much that goes into the game, and everything is actually tactically worked out prior to the start of a game, and you'll see how it unfolds during the game, and our players know exactly where they need to field and which positions they take up.
So to all the youngsters out there that is watching and listening to this, Awan is just pulled over again with so much authority, all the way over the ropes for 6.
Yeah, a real short ball from Cody Chetty that is packed away for a 6 down through to the mid-wicket area.
As I was saying, coming back to the youngsters, that and I think I see a few school uniforms in the stadium, so that's a good sign to see. But to the youngsters listening, if you are aspiring to make a career out of cricket, you can't just work on batting and not being able to catch the ball on the field. Like, try and at least, you know, try and go for all 3, be that all-rounder, but at least, you know, perfect 2 out of the 3 factors, be it bowling and an awesome fielder, or batting and an awesome fielder, or all 3 of the codes, and that's the way you're going to grow, and that you will elevate not just yourself, but your talent in the game of cricket.
100% right. The big issue with that is it's always working harder than the next player. There's been a subtle change now to the field, where we literally have the mid-off that was brought on to mid-on, and strengthening the leg side, so it could be that Cody might be going into the body. And I think umpire perhaps is also taking protection. He's going to the offside. Clever.
I wanted to say, so obviously the batsman has, you know, he's assessed the situation. He sees the South Africans playing against him. Kind of not comfortable playing the little lap around, you know, little short jab on the, you know, pull. And this time just backing away, way outside of the leg to create room for him on the offside. And just playing it through on the off.
Yeah, very clever. Although I must say the 6 that he played was quite a bit of authority. But the next ball was a bit short into him, and it seemed as if he backed off a bit. Well, they'll be at it again now.
You're bowling, Cody, you're bowling, boy.
two standouts from the Sri Lankan team here, Mr. J, that you would possibly, include their names in conversation for the call-up against New Zealand coming up?
Look, I have to admit that Fernando was phenomenal. He had an absolute classy knock.
Oh, he put it
Rocked
down.
out.
The plan almost worked. The plan almost worked.
Cody, lovely set, boy.
Maybe just rushed him a bit. Quick onto the hands there.
Yeah, I think it just came far quicker than what the captain expected. Neil Brandt in a very short square position right behind the back of the batsman.
Look where he made contact with that ball there, though, Mr. J. That was like at least a head above his head. And it's almost like he grabbed it at the last time, got the bottom of the bat, just basically left it around, basically held it on its way. But I think it came, a lot faster than what the captain actually expected it to come to him. But the plan almost paid off.
Definitely nearly worked, and also it was definitely played with no control, and it was evasive, and South Africa could have got a wicket there.
Swanepoel again, just hitting it on that money, just like Mr. Consistent. Wicket to wicket, plays around, goes with the plan, outthinks, outworks, outsmarts, and then 9 times out of 10, that's what we expect from him. Batsman backing out, so something disturbing his line of view.
Bowlers don't enjoy that at all.
He's taking a bit of pace off that one, then putting it into the block hole. Again, all part of the variation that he brings to the table. Yeah, definitely a bowler doesn't love running in full steam and at the last second the batsman just pulling out of it. In the air, got it. The
Well
maestro
set
that
up.
is Bayers Swanepoel there, Mr. J. Set him up.
He literally set him up with that ball, and on and off the back of two very good balls, a very sharp catch at mid-wicket. I couldn't pick that up with the batsman. The fielder was, looks like Cody Chetty. I'm sorry, Cody Yusuf.
That has Sri Lanka on 318 runs now, ladies and gentlemen, for the loss of 7 wickets.
Sorry, we were just informed that it is Subrain who took the sharp catch.
Again, I think if we in that replay there, it just showed that Bayers took the speed off the ball, and what gives it away to me is if you see his follow through there, Mr. J, it's almost like he already stopped. There wasn't that full burst following through. He bowled it and he basically stopped already, and then his hands went in the air to say, yes, I got you. So just another sign of his variation. It was pace taken off the ball there, and that is what got the batsman playing it up in the air, and then Subrain just finishing it off there, taking the catch.
Beautifully analysed, Meneer. Great stuff there, and again, it just shows the quality of Bayers Swanepoel.
new batsman that just made his way to the crease for Sri Lanka, Chamika Gunasekara. Played 18 matches so to date, 20 innings, 211 runs with an average of 15.07, 250s under the belt with a best of 53. 24 years of age there, Mr. J.
Yeah, the young fast bowler. We'll now see what he can do with the bat. Lovely shot. Straight to the fielder.
Well controlled, standing tall, just hopping a little bit onto his toes there just to get, over that ball. Not playing under it. Very well controlled. And not bad for his first ball.
Not bad first ball.
Edges the second one though, drops short of the captain.
Another good ball from Bayeswanapoel just outside the off stump and pulling the batsman across to play at that one, just dropping short of the captain.
Going in for the last ball of his over. This time just beating him hands down. A little bit of a wave movement there again, just a little slight, in the air, just taking it a little bit away, and just a little last bit of movement there at the end there, goes past the outside edge.
Yeah, he literally beat him with the drift in the air and very close to the outside edge.
Sri Lanka trailing by 54 runs, 318 runs on the board for the loss of 7 wickets after 90 overs. Mr. J, I've been since like yesterday just, I don't want to say, in awe of it, but when you look at the size of Marcus Ackerman, compared to his peers, from our view, it almost looked like we have like an under 15 kid that has made the SAA team. But what he delivers and what comes out of that little package, it's just phenomenal. It's phenomenal.
Oh, he's phenomenal. He's a dynamite character. But I must say, a player with an exceptionally big heart. He takes it and he'll be able to deliver. And very talented young man. And he also works extremely hard on his game. You'll see him often doing a little bit of extra in the field, running a little bit more, knocking, eating some extra balls all the time.
Yeah, that little bit of white ball cricket coming into play here. Just guiding it over the slip cord in there. Using the short ball and the pace thereof from Cody Yusuf. And just taking it over the ropes there for 4.
Cheeky, but effective.
Definitely Marcus Ackerman, what a player, what a very matured, poised cricketer. Like, as much as the talent is there, as you pointed out now, Mr. J, the hard work going, that extra yards. And 9 times out of 10, hard work will always trump talent. So if you put both of them together, you become Marcus Ackerman.
For sure. And in this team as well, you will find that you would be advising the captain, advising the bowlers, also a leader in the team.
Cody Yusuf coming in like a steam train now there, Mr. J. Not happy for what he witnessed early on in his over. And yeah, I think that's got him a bit red under the collar.
Yeah, no fast bowler enjoys that, so he'll come back, and you can see this one a little bit quicker than normal and rushing onto the batsman.
You know, just looking at Cody's run up, his momentum into the crease, and then his final, he doesn't have that, you know, big jump. It's almost like he's taking, you know, the build up and the momentum of his run up into the crease, into his action, like it's all one thing. You know, there's no pause, taking away a little bit of momentum as you're jumping up, putting that right arm up, getting the left hand across. It's all one motion. And I think that's part of what makes him, you know, Cody Yusuf, the one of the outstanding bowlers of South African cricket now. It's just for that, and that's the deceiving part. Because as a batsman, is it going to rush you? Is it going to be a short one skidding past your nose? You know, a lot of different elements. That side, outside, gets the edge. That's Cody Yusuf, ladies and gentlemen. And the 8th wicket down for Sri Lanka.
Great commentary there, Mr. Engelbrecht. Exactly just what you said about him and the batsman. He's caught behind, just with a ball that skidded on a bit faster and quicker through the batter. Brilliant there. Can just watch it again. Through the crease, and there he goes.
Straight into the safe gloves of Rivaldo Munsami.
Yeah, Munsami wouldn't drop that one, eh? I think I did allude to you that yesterday that I obviously watch a lot of cricket lower down, and I remember watching Cody Yusuf at Wits University, playing down there at Wits, and I can clearly remember that he used to open the bowling with Keegan Williams, also Kimberley connections, and Keegan's father Ronald used to play his cricket here in Kimberley, and a little left arm seamer of note, and him and Cody literally came through the ranks together. And today we see Cody playing for South Africa.
New batsman at the crease, Nishan Paris. 40 matches, 52 innings, 333 runs, an average of 9.79, with a personal best of 46 at the age of 27.
I was going to ask you, how did he get picked? He only got his best of 46. The rest of the Sri Lankans were all over 50, and some over 100, and some over 200. But the off-spinner now in.
Bay is keeping that line and length again there to Vishad Randika. Currently on 35 runs from 74 balls.
Immaculate line and length from Bayers. Typically nagging length.
That's 2 for 2 there for Bayes, just hitting that same spot. A little bit of a nip back from what I saw on that ball there. Just maybe a little bit of something off the seam for Bayes. But well played, kept out there from Vishad Randika. Mr. J, I've picked up something. I kind of noticed something now, and maybe it's a concern. Maybe something is happening in the Sri Lankan dresses. Bit of a full toss, hit back, saved by the stumps.
The stumps definitely.
Destined for 4.
The stumps definitely saved 4 runs there, and that one was asked to be hit.
So part of my concern there, Mr. J, about the Sri Lankan dressing room, maybe something's happening there, maybe there's a little bit of an emergency meeting call. And I'm only assuming that because I don't see any of the coaches or management team walking around the oval.
Yeah, they was probably sitting in the huddle now.
Oh, is that pad? All pad, LBW, Bayers, Swanepoel picks up his third. Wayne actually spoke about this. Even Bayers' full toss is part of the plan.
It literally set him up. It set him up, and again, trying his best to play around the pad. And Randika is out, LBW. We'll just have a look at the wicket again.
Definitely seeing the back of Vishal Randika. I think I'm going to assume that was the last of the bigger batters of the team, and we definitely now into just the bowlers.
No, for sure, it's a big wicket to get.
The replay there. You can see him standing outside leg and comes in on middle. Mr. J, I don't think that was hitting anything else but middle.
It's going dead center, middle and out.
So taking stance outside of leg, his trigger movement, putting him onto middle. And, that could be a problem for some batsmen at some times. The trigger movement gets your reaction time especially for a bowler who's deceiving and has got a lot of variation. If he slides in the quicker ball, like what we just saw now, because of that trigger movement, you got like a split second to get in position for your reaction to play the ball.
To play that ball, yes.
But moving from outside leg to middle, you already took that time away, the ball's on you. For the time for your bat to get down there, Mr. J, it's going to be too late.
Yeah, it really got him into trouble there now, and I mean, it literally hit the back leg. And that brings Ishan Malinga to the wicket, who played 15 games. He's 23 years old. And, with an average of 4.7. I'm sure players would think that this one is easy for the pickings.
Any relation to Mr. Malinga himself? In there, takes the catch. Bayers takes another one home. The commentators.
My apologies.
Are we going to call that a curse or a blessing?
Definitely a curse.
Bayers Swanepoel picking up his fourth stick in 20.5 overs, conceding only 52 runs. Sri Lanka 323, all out. South Africans definitely took over that energy and continued to carry on with positivity, and the attacking field placements in the field is definitely what paid off. And if we look at, we have been questioning, will the captain bring on a little bit of the spin variation, but he stuck to the plan, stuck to the game plan, went with the seam, and it puts them into a little better place there.
Now, for sure, what do we know about the game? We were asking for change and it didn't come. So that is the Sri Lankan batting card, 323 all out in 91 overs. And the standout being Fernando with his 122. And that's the bowling figures. And Bayers Swanepoel 4 for 52 in his 20. A great shift for him today.
All of the bowlers getting a little bit of action there, getting some wickets under the belt. The captain Neil Brunt, 1 for 29. Also just a little bit of a quick stunt by him. He had to come on and make something special happen, and he took that big wicket of Shadow Fernando. For those of you guys that just maybe tuned in, good afternoon, welcome. South Africa A versus Sri Lanka A at the Kimberley Oval. South Africa in their first innings was bowled out for 372, and they managed to bowl Sri Lanka out for 323 runs. Sri Lanka A trailing by 49 runs.
Welcome back to the Kimberley Oval, the heart of the Northern Cape. Good look at our three umpires there. Stephen Harris, he's going to be on the north end now. It's the second innings. Alongside Lubaba Lotuma, and in the white cap is your third umpire, Alahuri Mbaleka. Alongside the match ref, Shad Vidvala. It's a very experienced umpiring team there. South Africa put in 372 on the board. Sri Lanka in response, they made 323. So here we are on the second innings. It's day 3, moving day, as you said earlier, Mr. Jacobs.
Yes, they call us the moving day. We'll see now what the South Africans have in store for us. And with a lead of 49 runs, let's see how they set this match up for us.
Yeah, this mini session rather. So we are 59 minutes away from the tea break. So this mini session really will gauge where this game will go. Because right now, all roads lead to a draw.
And I must say, this Lankan team has now taken a minute or two longer to get onto the field. So, yeah, that's interesting. There's the match summary for you. South Africa, a 372 all-out in the first innings. And Sri Lanka, 323 all-out in their innings. South Africa lead by 49 runs.
Yeah, a couple of great performances there. The top of either team's list, 4 for 29 for Ashen Malinga, and 4 for Bear Swanepoel as well with the ball in the second innings to accompany a big 100 from Matthew Breska, which was obviously combated by a big 100 from Mashara Fernando from Sri Lanka. So yeah, we are just about ready to get underway now. We are going to start on the southern side again. And from a Sri Lankan standpoint, looks like Chamika Gunasekera will open the bowling again. Bowled well in the first innings to Chamika Gunasekera, 19 overs, took 2 for 71.
He did bowl very well. He bowled with some nice spells in between his, did you say 19 overs?
Yeah, bowled very well in that spell. Opening the batting for South Africa, still the same opening pair. Tapang Titola, he made 52 in the first innings. He's the man on strike. 52 off 130. He's involved in 2 big partnerships there for South Africa at the beginning of the match on day 1. And his partner, the skipper, Neil Branch, Chamika Gunasekera, starting back off a length there, and that one is fended off. And we are underway in the third innings of the game. It's very circumspect for his 52 off 130, Tapang Titole.
Yeah, he batted very well. So coming off a 50, you would want to just continue, you know, and see if he could make it a bit bigger in the second innings.
Yeah, remember, this is a cricket. Those guys are looking to give a shot into the first team. So as much as it is a team sport, there's quite a few individual stuff that you have to look out to.
Very important that you mention that, because even though it is an individual, a team sport, there's a lot of individual performances that will have to count. And as we said quite a few times on day 1, is that these games are set up for higher honors, and this is why these guys play these games.
Yeah, we said the result usually doesn't matter. Although there is a record, Sri Lanka A and South Africa have played 11 times before, 7 draws between the two of them. Extra bit of bounce there from Chamika Gunasekera.
Yes. He's really coming in, and there is quite a bit of bounce.
We see that from the South Africans, they're going to have to do a lot of farming. Yeah, on those 7 draws, there's 3 South African A wins, and a solitary Sri Lanka A win. So maybe from a Sri Lankan standpoint, they would want to improve their record against the South Africans.
There was a bit of a conversation between the umpire and the bowler. Not 100% sure why.
Heard that early on in game one, day one. We just needed to move the side screen a bit. So take a little bit of a break as we try and get that side screen moved for Tapang Titole. Wonder if there's something going on there with the foot marks.
I think it's more with the foot marks than what it is with the side screen.
Yeah, just calling the groundsman in. The ground staff's just taking a bit of time here. And there he is, finally getting the signal. Solid 2 minutes. Just taking a bit of time away from the game. The other man, batting with Tapang Titole, is a skipper Neil Brunt. He made 39 of 62. Edged one through from Nishan Paris in the first innings. So he'll look to obviously improve on what was a solid 39.
Yeah, it was a very solid 39. And he just got the one from the off spinner that popped up on him a bit. And you really would want to improve on that score. There seemed to be some confusion between the ground staff and the umpires as to what must be done.
Yeah, seems you're definitely right. It is something to do with those foot marks. The ground staff were also thinking it had something to do with the side screen, but I think that communication has been sent out properly, although the ground staff is still just running around trying to see if they can get the equipment, the right bit of equipment. But yeah, there they've got a mat. Here's Big Hammer. Bit of gardening work being done there on the landing marks. You can see just the bowlers and the Sri Lankan team just showing him which spot is giving them the most discomfort, if I can say that. I mean, after the first ball of the innings, when Shamika Kunasekara bowled it, you could see his skipper went down there and I think he was just trying to level the ground there. He just made a few marks there across. Also, where the follow-through is, you can see Nishan Paris and the umpire. They're just pointing to that area in particular. But all seems well now.
All seems well. I must admit it did take a second or two too long. Coming back to Neil Brunt, he batted very well in the first innings. Very controlled innings, and he's hoping to kick on from here.
One of the most quiet 39s you'll ever see. Sekara back. Just paying attention to where he landed there to see if there was anything. Is he comfortable? I think he is. Yeah, he's man, he's captain South Africa at the highest level.
Yes.
So nothing new in terms of pressures.
No, he knows it all.
Yeah, but he'll be looking for a big one. And so will Tsapang. Back foot, solid, getting behind it there. Moving day here at Kimberley Oval, and the game has moved quite a bit now. This session, Sri Lanka pick up 2 wickets in this session. They're in the mix, to pull out a good result.
So that's for sure.
Consistent with that line and length is Shamika Gunasekera, and consistent with that back foot defense is Tsapang Titole. It's a maiden to start.
The first over was a maiden, and there's still a little bit of interest around the foot marks, but the umpire now moving away.
Just like the first innings, his opening partner is Sita Wajisundara. He also bowled 19 overs. He also took 2 wickets.
Yeah, the wickets were shared amongst the Sri Lankan bowlers, and was probably very happy with his workload of 19 overs.
Yeah,
2 for 59.
2 for 59 as well. Yeah, decent workload for Seema. So Neil Brandt fends off his very first delivery outside the off stand. So now Tanisha had extra cover for a top ball. Yeah, bowled 19 of the 108 overs. So did Chamika Gunasekera. Mishan Malinga bowled 20. Between the 3 of them, very, very good workload between
Yeah,
the 3
good
frontline
workload
seamers.
for the Sri Lankans, and they would be very happy with that. And the coaching staff would look at that, and they'll be very happy.
Oh, he's not going to want to play too many of those, is Neil Brandt.
Yeah, that's so unlike him, eh?
Yeah, nothing short, really. Just
Really?
hanging the bat outside the off stump. Someone just beating the outside edge.
Yes, really no movement, no foot movement, a real nothing shot. And it's unlike Neil Brandt to play that way.
Oh, yeah. Might have kept it tight. No, this one is swinging back in, and it's hit him. Struck in front. Neil Brandt is gone. He's made it dark this time. What a ball that was from Isita Wasajundara.
Straight ball, and he misses one. And this one will take out middle and off completely. LBW.
Stuck him with back of a length, couple of back of a length deliveries there. The next one, she's brought him back a little bit forward, and this time he brings it. It swings back in, and that one hits him in front. And the umpire, Stephen Harris, was just happy to oblige. And we'll have a look at that replay. There you go. Oh my God, that is hitting the middle of middle. Good decision from umpire Stephen Harris. So Neil Brandt has to go. He only faces 3 balls this time for his 0. South Africa have lost a wicket without a run on the board.
It's selling over.
Spoke about trying to get a lot of wickets for the Sri Lankans. 2 wickets, maybe 2 wickets before the tea session, the tea break. You would think Sri Lankans would give themselves, would think that they'd be in with a shout here of pulling out. Well, at this point, or at least a bollock, or what looked like an improbable result.
Yeah, the South African A-side captain won't be happy with that. Very disappointed with that knock.
Very fished at 1, and then Mr. Straight 1. The South African A-list A captain comes into the middle, Matthew Brieska. What a knock from him on day 1. Big 129 of 213, had 11 fours, striking it at 61. He looked solid there. And he continues in that form. It's a rank half volley, and he just extends his arms, and South Africa on the board in the second innings.
Lovely shot by Matthew Brieska. One floating outside off stump, and he just literally puts his foot across and throws his hands at it, and it's a beautiful 4. We can watch that now.
It doesn't look to overhit it. You see the extension, no real extension of the arms, it's just a push.
Just a push comfortably for 4.
Yeah, I was about to say before he hit that, it's a brand new innings. It's a different ball game, and that's exactly what I meant. That one swings right back, and 1 brings 2 for Isitha Wejisundara.
What is going on here?
Hands on hands from the South African fans. It's unbelievable. Waited a long time to see a couple of wickets. And in the space of 3 deliveries, 2 pitches. Absolute pitch there from Weji. Starting on the 4th stump line, it swings back in, it gets the top of 4th stump. And unfortunately, not much Matthew Brieska could do. He has to walk back. He only faces 2 deliveries as well. South Africa 4 for 2.
Well, you did mention if there's 2 wickets fall in the session, it will be an interesting game, but I think it's turned the game onto its head now.
Yeah, I think if Sri Lanka went to tea with only 2 wickets, they'll feel like they haven't really kicked on from this position, because 4 for 2, 1.5 overs, they are well on top. Yeah, I don't want to say much, ladies and gentlemen. Just enjoy this beautiful delivery. Wow. Pangzitole hangs his head. He can't believe what he's seen in the last 3 balls.
Marcus Ackerman comes to the wicket now. The little left-hander.
Yeah. Yeah, he won the run-scoring title last season in the 4-Day Cup. Scored a 69 of 97. Very attacking 69 of 97 from him. Striking it at over 70. 71, actually. But now it's a different ball game now. He has to get in his shell. He definitely has to be there at tea time, but it hasn't started that way. Wiji has gone wayward with that particular ball on the pads and has turned around the corner. That's 4 runs.
What an eventful over.
Oh, you can say that again. 2 not so great deliveries from Wiji. Here's the second of those 2 balls. Just straight on the hip and just tickled fine for 4. But 2 good 4s.
2 good 4s and 2 good wickets.
2 very, very good wickets.
All in the same over. Oh. What more can we ask for?
We sure we're watching 4-day cricket here. What an act to follow here for Chamika Gunasekera. And Sepangzitole must be thinking to himself, ooh, I've got a job to do here. Here's Chamika looking to follow up. continued with the back of a line. Nothing wrong with it. Just asking Tshepang Tole to keep playing it all the time. And that man on your screen must be so happy, Pasindo Surya Pandara. Couldn't ask more from the opening bowlers as a captain. Driven on the up.
Yeah, just back of the length, and then it's just driven on the up, but straight to a fielder.
Oh, some gremlins of this wicket. Day 3, you'd expect the spinners to be all over, but it's been the seam show here in Kimberley.
Definitely about the seamers. It's all about the seamers.
Oh, that one maybe just picking up a little bit. Tole is just going to take a walk away from the wicket. Just to regather his thoughts. And just treat it like it's 2.2 overs and not for naught.
Marcus Ackerman is taking a long walk down the wicket just to farm, and seems to be pointing to 2 spots on that wicket.
Wonder if that's the spot that Isita hit for that Marcus Ackerman delivery.
Wait.
So that back foot fends that one off outside half of the bat. Maybe should I be leaving that on length? Just practicing that, just thinking about it. What a time to be Sri Lankan.
No, for sure, and I mean they're making the South Africans play. There's not many balls that you can leave outside off. They're on a good line and length at the moment.
Touch to straight this time.
Yeah.
2 of the best runners in the game there, and that's easily going to be 2 all day, every day. Although Tshepang Tole there a bit casual.
He was just a bit too casual on the second one.
He's going to want to take that away from his game.
Yeah.
Yeah, we spoke about this on day 1. The Sri Lankans really, you don't see too many balls left through to the keeper.
Yeah, especially the seam attack are really bowling balls where the South Africans will have to play. They're making them play all the time.
Yeah, case in point, that one. He stayed on that line, has Shamika. And he ends off a good, quiet over. Exactly what South Africa would have wanted. But oh, how is that change room feeling right now? How is that change room feeling right now? Really, it's is it panic stations?
Doesn't seem so, but I think that they obviously realize that there's quite a bit of batting in that South African change room. But they would obviously now need these 2 batters to at least take them through to tea.
Oh yeah, that's priority number 1 now from a South African standpoint. These guys have to go to tea. Looks like they're just talking about maybe where, at least it looked like that they were just talking about where on the surface it just seems to be a little bit nippy. It's been that exact same spot, at least from this end. So bowling from the opposite end. A bit of a misfield from the skipper Pasindo Surya Pandara. So Marcus Ackerman and Tshepang Tole will get through for a single. It's just wincing his hand there. I wonder if he just hit something that he wouldn't want for it to have hit.
Yeah, Marcus hit that ball fairly crisp and clean. So it must have come to him very quickly.
Yeah, but as I was just saying, is that when you're bowling from the country club and there's a spot there that just seems to be misacting, but is it maybe another spot on that side of the wicket now?
Yeah, remember that that we were surmising that the spot is on this side of the wicket, but the 2 wickets fell on the opposite side. So it could be there because there was 1 or 2 gesturing from the change room to each other as to what they need to look out for.
Yeah, it's a different situation altogether. Effectively, South Africa are 60 for 2. That's the lead. That's 2 wickets down now in the second innings. And still not a good situation, really. It's tailing it back in nicely here to the lefty.
It's definitely tailing it in nicely.
Which makes that wicket of Marcus Ackerman wonder, is that an anomaly? That one just jacked back quite a bit. As an in-swinging fast bowler, that is the perfect delivery. I think that ball was probably as good as the Marcus Ackerman catch.
On a length and making the Tole play every ball.
Yeah, reminder, today is day 3 of 4. And this is the first of 2 first-class matches between these two sides. Sri Lanka expected to announce their test side for the New Zealand series soon. There's a couple of guys in this team that maybe have to go back home, represent their country against New Zealand. And that test match scheduled to start on the 18th. It's a 6-day match because there's a rest day on day number 4. First time we've had that since 2008.
That's a newbie.
Yeah, parliamentary elections in Sri Lanka on the 21st. So there won't be play on that day.
So it's given as an official rest day.
As an official rest day indeed. And day 4 and 5 would be the 22nd and the 23rd. If need be. That one wasn't really short, but picked up a little bit. And that concludes a much less successful over from Sita Wajasundara.
Yeah, in view of his first over, uneventful this one. Only 1 run from it, but he's bowled a tidy spell. 2 good overs, 2 for 9.
Most of the South African runs in the first innings, as we just have a quick look at that Sri Lanka batting card of Shada Fernando, 123 in that first innings. But yeah, that's the story starts to South Africa's innings. And if you look at that batting card, straight at the wickets has a Sita, an LBW and a bold. Just to prove our point that the Sri Lankans are making the South Africans play. But yeah, the bulk of the runs from a South African standpoint came from the top 4. And 2 of those top 4 are already back in the hut.
They're already back in the hut.
So somebody else is going to need to step up in the second innings.
In the second innings, for sure. Lovely shot.
Yeah, not really short and wide, but his back foot punched that one. So now Dinesha has given chase. He flicks it back to Yannick Lianage. And again, probably the best running pair in the country. As Tepang Tutole and Marcus Ackerman come back for 3.
So that was a good 3 runs they ran there now.
You know, it's no real surprise in their running if you see how they both are in the field. Both live wires. Tepang Tutole does not act his age. Very, very vibrant in the field. Marcus Ackerman already with fantastic bit of fielding. Great catch. This one is up in the air. It's going to take some catching from Nunuwaru Fernando. And it just escapes his fingertips. Oh, this wicket. Oh, this wicket is making it interesting here in Kimberley. And Marcus Ackerman will count himself lucky. And you look at how many of the Sri Lankan fielders have just stood at their spots, hands on heads.
Yeah, ball again that, and Marcus Ackerman is again taking a walk down the wicket. going to that spot, and there was about more bounce than what he expected. Caught him unexpected, and he nearly played that ball straight to the fielder.
Good effort there by Nuanidu Fernando. Hardest catch in cricket over your shoulder.
Very difficult catch, I must admit. But a great effort.
Yeah, would have been a specky.
Would have been a specky.
Yeah, definitely would have probably overtaken that man as the catch of the match so far. But all's well that ends well.
No run.
Start making sure that he gets on top of the ball is Marcus. Punches it to backward of point for a dot. Spoke about looked likely to be a draw. Oh, this wicket is making sure otherwise.
Yeah, it could be interesting times still.
Yeah, remember South Africa won the toss and chose to bat. So they probably didn't want to bat last on this wicket. They just have to get themselves to a position where they can bowl to Sri Lanka in the 4th innings. Just making sure that everybody is at their mark. Just taking a second to think about what he wants to do here is Jamika Konasekara. Opens his face, runs it down towards the 3rd man region through the hands of Ushara Fernando. Comfortable single.
Comfortable single. It's well played by Marcus Ackerman. Also a ball that was lifting outside his off stump, and he comfortably just pushed it down for a single. We're having a bat change now from De Tole. Seems as if something happened to his one bat.
Yeah, he did the same thing in the 1st innings, 11 runs in. And went on to score another 39. Actually, another 41. Look at that Marcus Ackerman one. Coming off the shoulder of the bat. Oh. Just getting a signal there from our production team. It looks like the handle of Tshepang Tole's bat. The reason why he's changed it. And a good change from Tshepang Tole. Nothing wrong with this bat. It's short, it's wide, and it's out the middle to the fence for 4.
A good bat change there for De Tole.
Expensive over there from Jamaica. It goes for 9. It's 20 for 2 after 5. Another look at that. First ball with the new bat for Titole. Zwing out the middle of the bat.
Come round the wicket, Marcus.
Sita Wajasundara continues. Oh, you do not want to play too many of those, Marcus. Short and wide. He thought that was a freebie, maybe just a little bit more bounce. Goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, but just a bit too wide for him to throw his hands at it. Just a reminder that our men's Protea team will be taking on the current ICC T20 Men's World Cup champions, India, in November for a thrilling 4 T20 international matches. You can collect your tickets and information on www.cricket.co.za.
Shot. Bang. 4. Situation is not going to change the way Marcus Ackerman plays. If it's there to be hit, he's going to go after it. Shot arm jab, West Indian flair on that pull shot. It's the boundary.
Marcus.
Well described, eh? Beautiful shot.
Yeah, he went short and wide last time. They tried to cut him. This time it goes short and straight. And both of those balls really are boundary balls from Isitha. Just needs to go back to that line and length that he bowled to Neil Brunt earlier. Just testing that edge and that pad of Marcus Ackerman. Offside this time with the drive. Just get through for a single.
Thanks, Mark. No. Yeah, I didn't ask it, so I asked him.
It helps Sepang Tutole having Marcus Ackerman at the wicket because he's going to score a lot of his runs. He's not going to be scared to go after the bowlers.
Yeah, it's good to be able to bat within a positive batting partner. Oh.
Sepang Tutole suggesting that one kept very low. As he shows there on
As
the
it
screen.
shows on the screen now.
It's the nice wind, breeze breezing through here at the Kimberley Oval.
Yeah, the breeze have now changed. Blowing across the field. And it would definitely, to me, it would assist the spinner. The seamers are obviously trying to extract from the wicket.
Expensive drive there from Sepang Tutole. Might have come off the bottom. There you go. He looks at his bat.
Yeah,
Came off the toe end.
Just the toe end of the bat. And he didn't really muddle that one.
Yeah, he's also suggesting that it also kept low, as you can see there. He's
He keeps on signaling that, yes, Wayne.
so yeah, definitely this is now definitely a third innings wicket. High quality back foot punch there.
A back foot punch straight into the covers. Brings the end of the over. South Africa a 25 for 2 after 6.
Just getting some quick running repairs there was Chamika Gunasekara. As Pavan Ratnayake was on the field. That will obviously warrant a change in the bowling. As Eshan Malinga looks ready to run in. Pick of the bowlers for Sri Lanka in the first innings was Eshan Malinga.
Definitely the pick of the bowlers.
Yeah, bowled the most overs by the seamers, bowled 20.2 overs. Took 4 for 65. And just bowled fantastically well yesterday morning. Doing a great job in cleaning up the South African tail. He got Sepang Tutole yesterday. On day 1, beg your pardon. He's going to get his chance to get him twice in this game. Two, 4. Cannot bowl there to Marcus Ackerman. As I said, match situation. It will not change the way he plays. tad over pitched, tad outside off, transfer him to free his arms. That's 4 runs.
It's a beautiful shot. As we said, though, we keep on saying nothing better than an elegant off drive by a left-hander. A beautiful shot.
Yeah, there's just something about a lefty just cover driving it. And oh, look at that.
Look at that.
Doesn't even follow through. He knew the minute it came out of the bat, it was racing to the fence. It was pure timing. Deep point didn't even try and move to his left and try and chase that down. He knew.
None of the fielders moved. It was a classical shot. Onside this time.
Yeah, I was gonna say just a tight over pitch this time on the onside. Run around the corner for a couple. Moves to 18 of 10. Might be playing on a different wicket here. And because of that, they've taken out a slip for him. Just the one slip in the one gully now. And there's an extra man defending the single in the covers. Well, that's not the line you want to ball, especially after you've added a fielder in the cover region.
cover
A chase
region.
here for Shomika Gunasekera. He gets down. And this will be an easy 3.
Yeah, definitely the captain wouldn't be happy with that. He's just moved the extra player into the cover region, and then the bowler bowls onto the pads and gets flicked into the mid-wicket area for 3 runs. Captain having a chat to his bowler now.
Maybe just adjusting. You might expect some short stuff. Got a deep backward point. Don't want to do that, Sepang. Outside the off stump, length ball. Looks to drive it on the up.
It's so wide, he could have just left that alone. But then again, it's so much easier for us to sit up here and say that.
Yeah, easier said than done, they say. Maybe just got a tad carried away with how Malinga has started. That one is well respected. That's a dot ball.
Our Proteas women will be taking on England in this coming summer for 3 T20 international matches, 3 one-day international matches, and 1 test match from the 15th to the 18th of December. Again, visit www.cricket.co.za.
Yes, was an hour. Be a part of it. Ariel. Streaky that from Tepang Titole. Think it might have been a little slower than he anticipated. You can see him just correcting. They should be hitting it a lot square off the wicket. That was Ariel, and that was lucky. He'll get a single. And that'll conclude an expensive over from Malinga. 10 coming off it. South Africa, 35 for 2 after 7. They don't look too happy there, those gentlemen there.
But a concerned faces there.
It's either that or it's just deep concentration. Isita will continue.
What time's the next drinks? Or the tea?
Runs in for his third. Big punter for his fourth. Back for punch. Coming off the inside half of the bat there from Tsepang Alvin. It's a dot ball.
I think he just needs to get back to the basics now. He's just losing his shape a bit and mistiming the ball. So I just think he's just got to get back in and grind away. Lovely, that's the way.
Jeez, yeah, that looked great from Tepang driving it on the up. That just looked amazing. That inconsistent bounce. That one didn't come up as much that time. See Marcus Ackerman just walking down the wicket. Saying,
Tutole indicating to Ackerman that it just kept a bit low.
yeah, maybe Marcus just telling him, hey, let's just be wary when we're on that back foot. Again. Yet again, just keeping low again. The batters are just going to have to be a little bit more watchful. I say the batters, obviously Marcus Ackerman is playing on a different wicket.
Definitely looks like he's batting on a different wicket.
Short and wide. Late cut to Nishan Perry said deep backward of point. That's a single. Sounds a bit different off the middle of the bat of Marcus Ackerman. 8 gone, 36 for 2. The change of glove for Marcus Ackerman. Just a rye old drink.
The fielding coach and the bowling coach taking a walk around the field for South Africa. Kruger van Wyk and Piet Porter. At least they're having a relaxing stroll.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's especially when you guys have just lost a couple of wickets, it is important just to, just get away from that environment. And obviously for them, a lot more calm than it would be for the players in that same scenario. But yeah, of course, worrying times for them. And maybe just looking for a different perspective as to what they need to do in that 4th innings when they eventually have to come in and bowl. Ashton Malinga coming back in. I see Vishal Randika there, his hands going up because a lot of movement through the air there from Ashy. His first over was a tad expensive. So you want to correct first 3 balls, not his best. Came back well the last 3. So you don't want to make a habit of bowling too many bad balls.
He's bowling a better line and length now than in the first over.
I actually think the last one was a little bit full. I think maybe Marcus Ackerman might have missed out there. Maybe just the pace. Beg your pardon, Tepang Tole.
It's a Totole, yeah.
Maybe the pace doing him. But yeah, I think he missed out. I thought it was a good chance to drive that one through the covers.
It's an exceptionally good run, that.
Yeah, old school
Short
cricket.
crunch.
Yeah, just that old school cricket, drop it, run it. Fielder had a meter and a half to go to his right. That's enough time for this pair to make it. The fielder knows it too because he strolled to the ball.
Yes, I think they do know it, and they, as you mentioned earlier, two of the better runners in the South African setup.
Yeah, and this is across the whole country. I think they definitely make the top 5, maybe top 10. That's obviously subjective.
No run.
Very, very quick between the wickets, this pair. Would have batted a bit together as well. Down on the East Coast for the Dolphins. The Hollywood Bets Dolphins.
Yeah, that's for sure. They would know each other also very well.
Different conditions these to what they would experience down there. Maybe the ball keeping a bit low, something they would be, I wouldn't say accustomed to, but maybe something they would know a lot more of.
No run.
Good line, that.
Very good line.
Yeah, especially if you're going to tail it back to the left-hander. Want to give him that hope. And if there's any gap between bat and pad, you are in the mix. Good shot. And good piece of fielding that from Ishan Malinga. Hand there. Might have saved 2 for his team.
Definitely saved 2 for the team. That was going straight down back past the bowler for a 4. And Malinga just got his hand to it and definitely stopped a certain 4. Lovely shot from Marcus Ackerman.
9 overs gone. That's 37 for 2. We're speaking about it being a seamer's paradise. But I said that I think the spinners might be in the mix. And seemingly Pasindu Suryabandara thinks the same.
Around the wicket.
And spin is being introduced nice and early here in the second innings for Sri Lanka.
A very early change for the Sri Lankans and going straight to their spinner.
Yeah, the tall right arm off spinner, Nishan Paris, both 32 overs, holding up the end there for the Sri Lankans. Took 2 for 98. Beautiful one that caught the outside edge of Neil Brunt earlier on. And then another pitch that got Base Swanepoel. Disturbed the furniture, so he's got a much more responsive surface, I would think. Let's see if that is the case. Slipping a short leg for him. He goes to Titole. Watchful there. Goes on the back foot. Not really because the ball is short, but just to have an extra second to look at it. Like it come off the outside edge.
Did seem as if it came off the outside edge. And he pushed at that ball.
That's what an off spinner wants to do, especially to the lefty. You want him to drive, and you want it flirting with that outside edge. Does it again. That's a quick run. Good piece of running from this pair. Good piece of fielding there from oh, yes, definitely. You can see there's an alternation in your shot, just putting his hands on his mouth. Could have been a chance put down. good early signs. Very new ball. Just getting it to turn. Sri Lankan spinners did quite a bit against the South African batters in the List A series. So they'll be licking their lips. Marcus Ackerman,
Yeah, let's go.
one of his favorite shots. That time doesn't traditional sweep it, just paddles it down the corner. Field it down there on the boundary. Comfortable too all day.
Yeah, Marcus Ackerman now just trying to release that pressure, but by paddling that one around the corner for 2.
Ball went fine that last ball. The wicketkeeper not happy with his positioning. He's getting him a lot squarer, so that's interesting. That one, good length ball.
Good length and then straight back to the bowler.
So Tsepang Titolo has changed his bat. Seemingly Marcus Ackerman wants a change of bat as well. Just signaling to the change room there. He's having a look at it and yeah, he's not too happy with that bat right now.
Set kala dahanne pa pulin.
Ishan Malinga will continue. Had a better second over than his first.
Totally on the top of the bounce and just on his toes plays it straight down the wicket to mid-off.
It's just the one ball. And shout out Fernando already having the pads on for the spinner. He'll get himself involved there. Shad Randika moves his helmet back. Get a second mid-wicket going through there, so now Tunisia. Get Lahiru Uttara moving himself to leg slip. And Nunuwandu Fernando moves to slip. So, just another run down off the field. We've got a slip. Deep third man. Mid-on. Those are the 3 fielders on the offside. And it tells you what you need. On the onside, got a sort of straighter mid-on, Lahiru Uttara. Oh, never mind. They've changed their minds again. Lahiru Uttara coming off from leg slip. Rather, it's Oshara Fernando coming back from short leg. He goes back to a very wide third slipish position. Still a leg slip, beg your pardon. And that was a bumper that didn't really come up. Tsepang Titolo was never going to do anything with that. Stephen Harris just wants a different look. So he's going to go to point. Look is a bit close there. And again, short arm jab. It's pulled straight to Sita Wajisundara. It's going to be a single. So ducks at one. The other just turns around the corner. So Shara Fernando at slip moves to gully for Marcus Ackerman. So now Tunisia moves from short mid-wicket back to short extra cover. And Uttara from leg slip to your conventional slip. So different field sets for the 2 batters.
Yeah, obviously for Marcus Ackerman, they're loading the offside.
Enough, it's a pound to Tole. They're leaving that upside for him. Just the three fielders, as I said. So also from the mental aspect of the game, Shan Malinga is having to do some heavy thinking as to where he has to ball for each batter. Ashton gone. Oshara Fernando moved himself from slip to gully, and that one picks up off a length, leading edge, and that one heads straight to Oshara Fernando at gully, and that's wicket number 3.
A very unexpected wicket now. Again, pitching outside on that spot, and Marcus Ackerman tried to fend it off, but went straight to gully.
And he was being positive too, was Marcus Ackerman, but yeah, that one just picking up off a length, and fantastic catch from Oshara Fernando. His brisk 27 comes to an end after 21 balls. Bit of trouble here for South Africa now. It's 43 for 3. So close to the tea break. The worst case scenario for South Africa. But they've got their breakthrough.
Lanka on top of the game now.
Very much so. That 39-run partnership that was rebuilding the game from a South African standpoint.
Has now been broken there, Wayne.
Yes, indeed. Brings in young man to the crease, Sina Kashile, walking into the middle. Didn't have too much fun of it in the first innings. Just faced the tough balls for his 2. And that's the reason why he's in the middle. Oh, shoulder off the bat.
Just the shoulder of the bat, going straight to gully.
Yeah, comfortable catch for that man, Oshara Fernando. He's been in business. I've just spoken about him moving from slip to gully. Clearly that was the plan for Marcus Ackerman. And he walks back 3 for 43. We haven't even bowled 11 overs. It's really moving day here at Kimberley. It's the 9th wicket of the day. And Sina Kashile, oh, priority is number 1. Make it through this 6 minutes and get yourself to tea. Outside off. And he's looking to play at that and cut at that to Zasina Kashile. Keep slow. But that will keep the Sri Lankan bowlers interested. Another look at that.
Yeah, it's so wide. Oh.
Got to leave that alone.
He's got to leave that alone.
Especially in the scenario that South Africa find themselves in. Thanks to, 50% thanks to that man, Oshara Fernando, on your picture with the good catch. He puts the helmets on now, and he'll look to grab another one there at short leg as Nishal Perez will continue. South Africa effectively now 92 for 3. Shot from Tabang Tole just pushes at that one. There's a cover protecting the boundary on the offside. So just a single.
Little bit. No, you've gone out that groove. There we go.
Brings Kashile now to face the off spinner.
Yeah, a bit disappointed with his first innings. He's the only one in the top 7 that really didn't get a start.
Over to you guys.
Very talented young man. And I'm sure he was very disappointed with that first innings, and hopefully to set the record straight in the second innings.
Yeah,
Got
definitely.
enough time to bat now.
Definitely. Especially because of the game situation from a South African standpoint. If he was to face 100 balls and not score a run, South Africa would not mind that one bit. Sharp Randika there, just marshalling his trips in the field. Good solid defense, full face of the bat.
Solid shot there from Kashile. Full face of the bat.
Something in his eye there. Or is it a case of it's 4 minutes to tease. The spinner will definitely get another over in. Just asking the umpire Duma just to see if he can help him. He's got those gloves. Mhlali Mpongwana runs in with the water. He's being told now everything is good. If there's any part that you do not want infringed as the batter, it's your eyes.
That is true. But it seems as if he's okay. Putting his gloves back on and going to start again.
Yeah, I think might have been just maybe something flying in. Maybe a bug, maybe a piece of grass or something like that. But he's ready to go here, Sinek Koshile. And fends that one back off to the bowler, full face of the bat. All right, so now a leg slip comes in and they've sent that man a cover back to deep back with a point. So you know where this ball is going, a stop there. And if Sonal Tunisia hadn't gotten a hand there, Lairu Dara might have thought he could have picked it up one-handed and throw it in and give himself a chance really.
It's Kashile off the mark with a single. And brings the left-hander Detole back onto strike. It's played outside the off stump. Just stepped into the offside for no run.
12 gone, 45 for 3. And Sean Malinga. He'll continue from the country club end. See there, Oshara Fernando just asking, do you want me underneath the helmet? Just a riled nod from the skipper. Putting somebody in the covers. Pasindu Surya Bandara goes there. Some more extra cover. Nobody through the covers, just asking him to drive it through there. So Dara and Fernando in the slips. Tunisia Kali. Hits it through that vacant region. Chases on here for the skipper, Pasindu. They want 3, they'll get 3.
Very nice punch from Kashile and gets 3 runs.
Second slip and the leg slip still for Alvin Tutole. Down the leg side, good catch. Celebrations from Vishal Randika, and he, alongside that leg slip in Lahiru Udara, cannot believe that that decision has not gone their way.
A very big appeal. The Sri Lankans are all very interested. But let's just look at it again.
Hard to say.
Hard to say. I don't know where did that come off.
Yeah, but umpire Lubabalo Tuma just tapping his thigh, suggesting that it came off the pad there. Wonder how much the Sri Lankans believe that. Edge, no.
Again interest from the Sri Lankans.
Interesting that is going after that is Tabang Titole. That was a much well-directed bouncer from Eshan Malinga. We have a look at it again. Oh, he looked to go at it just a bit late on it. Good signs here from Eshan Malinga. It's 2 from 2. As I like to call them, action balls. It's a dot ball on the scoreboard, but it's an action ball. Something happened. Something exciting. He goes short this time. There was no chance that Pangzitole was going to play at that this time. Oh.
Yeah, that was very close. And then this last one was a bit of an easy one just for Sitole to avoid.
Yeah, just a touch shorter.
Just a touch shorter.
Yeah, but I think he was always avoiding that. Inside half of the bat. Sean Malinga is holding his hands in his head.
Yeah, he thought that one could have sneaked through, but it was well played.
Yeah, he's bowled well this over. He already thought he had his man. And then he had a half appeal with that bumper. And now an inside edge. So 2 slips in a gully here for Sinetemba Kashile. And a short leg as Oshara Fernando just gets the helmet there. This will be the last ball before tea. Imperative for the South Africans that this does not result in a wicket. Well directed bounce of that from Eshan Malinga.
And well played.
Indeed. So what a many little session there from Sri Lanka. We came in with 59 minutes left in the session. We stayed 2 wickets. Would be good enough for them. They got 3. Marcus Ackerman came in, took the fight to them. But so far, it's been a solo stand from Tapang Titole. As we look at that, Isita Wijasundara, 2 for 15 in his 4 overs. Both wickets coming in the first over. And then Eshan Malinga adding his name to the wicket column.
South Africa a 49 for 3. And it's tea time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Day number 3, session number 3 of the first of 2 4-day matches between South Africa A and Sri Lanka A. Interesting situation that the South Africans find themselves in. 49 for 3, 13.1 overs as Nishan Perez bowls his second ball off the over, keeps it tad low, and that's punched back to Sonal Dinusha. Zwan, how interesting was that little hour spell from Sri Lanka?
Yeah, Wayne, definitely interesting, and I don't want to jinx it by saying very shaky from South Africa. A little bit of a comeback type of a moment there, where we saw Marcus and Ditole just trying to hold it down. 10 toes down and standing on business. But losing that wicket again kind of just put South Africa, a little bit back, and then Sri Lanka in a higher position, especially when it comes to the energy. So, yeah, a bit of trouble that we seem to find ourselves in. But I mean, the lead is there, it is building. We have got depth in our batting. So hopefully the boys can get through it and get a good score. Oh, okay, here. And as that is said, that happens. But it's a single nonetheless.
Yeah, we always talk about the scorecard does not record. That it was a shaky single. It's a single nonetheless. Yeah, the lead is there. It's just gone over 100 now. So effectively South Africa 100 for 3. Big shout, huge shout, and that is gone. Well on top here are the Sri Lankans, and they continue with that momentum that they had before tea, and they get the rock of the South African batting order from that first innings, and indeed this innings. Tshepang Ditole has to go, stuck in front.
Indeed, Sri Lanka really on top now, carrying that momentum through, into this time of the day. Chai tea. I'm going to blame if the caterers are serving chai tea to the Sri Lankans. I'm blaming you guys.
Yeah, it definitely tasted a lot better for the Sri Lankans than it did for the South Africans during that break. And that is Tshepang Ditole. He has to walk back. Another fighting knock from him. He walks for 15 of 48. Shah Perry says his first. Sri Lanka have their fourth.
To our viewers, if you guys just tuned in, good afternoon and welcome to the Kimberley Oval, where the battle between South Africa A and Sri Lanka A is on day 3 and a final session of day 3. Not looking too amazing for the South Africans. Currently 51 runs for the loss of 4. And coming to the crease is none other than Patrick Kruger.
Yeah, Patrick scored 20 of 45 in the first innings. He was gone to the seamer. Just edged one through to the slips. And as has been the case for all of them, a different situation that he walks into in this second innings. And 2 relatively new batters. Spoke with Sir Jacobs earlier that one of the other South African batters is going to have to stand up, as now all 4 of the guys who made relatively big scores in that first innings back in the hut now. So one of these 2 in particular has to stand. That one turns a bit from Nishan Perez. Comes off the pad, and there's a couple of leg byes there to South Africa's total.
Again, as that lead just pops up there, South Africa leading by 100 runs now, 51 runs for the loss of 3 in this session. That's the replay there. Tshepang Ditole being caught, trapped in front of the wicket and sent on his way, LBW.
Cricket South Africa and Hollywood Bets are excited to bring you the Hollywood Bets Pro Series Women's Professional League, made up of the Hollywood Bets Pro 50 and the Hollywood Bets Pro 20, starting Friday the 4th of October. For more information, visit Cricket Okoza. It is our time. Hashtag Wazanawe. Here's a successful Sri Lankan bowler from that morning session, from that afternoon session. Isitha Wajisundara. Fantastic first over he had against the South Africans early on.
I saw a lot of aggression in his bowling. It kind of brought back a little bit of what Cody Yusuf was bringing to the party. But that's what happens when you have your seam attack with their tails up. They're going full on. They're throwing in that short ball. They're testing the batsman, and very aggressive. That one getting right through. Hands goes up, but misses everything.
That's what happens when you're on top. Just all seems to start going your way. And obviously a bit of pressure here for Sina Kashide. And oh. I don't know if that just moved a tad. Maybe just a bit slow. Definitely kept low. And this one bounces just a little bit more as well. So yeah, South African batters are having to be very, very watchful because the wicket is very much starting to assist the bowlers as opposed to what it was doing over the first 1.5, maybe 2 days, where the batters would have felt that this was their type of wicket.
A little bit of invariable bounce that we're seeing now, especially with the South African innings now. Staying low, popping up. There was, and that was a beauty of a ball that you cannot explain or perfectly describe that ball. I mean, you need to be the best batsman in the world to even get, a little bit of edge on that ball there. What an awesome ball. But again, this is coming from a bowler who is currently on cloud 9.
Yeah, we'll just watch that. Yeah, not much to add.
The Jaffa.
Yes, indeed. Maybe Sachin to avenge that.
Chapped before. The umpire gives it. Sees the back of Kishile. South Africans in a bit of bother.
That's definitely understating it. Oh yeah, that one just keeping a bit low, just tailing back in. But yeah, the understatement of the century, South Africa are in a lot of trouble right now. Hate to keep using it, but it is moving day, and my word, how quickly this game has moved today.
Mr. J spoke about day 3. Day 3 of a test. And that's definitely, I'm going to call that one the commentator's curse. Commentator's curse of note there. South Africa currently seeing themselves with 5 wickets down, 53 on the board, with a lead of, I think it's still 100? 102? A lead of 102. 102 runs there on the board. Again, the replay showing no doubt from the umpire's mind that is hitting the wickets, and it sends him on his way.
Yeah, so another fail from Sina Kashile. He'll look to do better in Benoni. But yeah, he goes for 5 off 11, and that brings back South African wicketkeeper Rivaldo Munsami into the middle.
Rivaldo Munsami, in these previous innings, he actually walked away with a not out. He ran out of a supporting batsman, scoring 34 runs from 67 balls, just with one boundary, a little 4. So very patient from Mooney. I would say, Mooney typically, especially with white ball cricket, he gets underway from word go. So for him in the test, in the red ball format, that is quite patient of him. That is very, very matured innings that he was knocking. Unfortunately, just ran out of partners to get a bit of a bigger lead for the South Africans.
He's going to need to do more of the same, if not better. As Weji Sundara bowls that one, and that is very close to that off stump, but well left. Tails up for the Sri Lankans. See, they just bowled the 4 overs, just the one over that was successful. Bowled 3 more overs after that. They took him off. They bring him back now, and more of the same. Wickets in his first over. He actually took 2 and 3. So this is a very interesting ball here to Munsami then. Hard to believe we haven't bowled 15 overs yet. South Africa already 5 down.
Again, good carry through, good pace, a little bit of away movement there. Well left there by Mooney. It is only his second ball, so he needs to see what the pitch is really doing. When I do believe both batsmen at the crease there for South Africa, and again, I'm looking at the glass half full, but I do believe both batsmen at the crease has got enough experience to form a sizable partnership. I don't want to jinx it, but they've got the knowledge and the experience to make a difference in South Africa's innings in building the lead, and then obviously getting Sri Lanka back in there and bowling them out for less, hopefully.
Yeah, well, from a Sri Lankan standpoint, well on top right now, and you do not want to take your foot off the gas. Want to apply as much pressure as possible to these 2 batters. They've faced only 3 deliveries between them. So now is the time. Just waiting for Ampalo Babalukuma to get to his spot on the offside. And a bit of turn there. And that one by Patrick Kruger is played down the ground to Nwanidu Fernando. Marshalling the tip wicket fans for a single. No doubts that they can put on a partnership. I mean, the pair of them would know this condition somewhat. Many a cricket game they've played here.
Yeah, definitely both batsmen. I mean, Patrick Kruger being a local boy from Kimberley, growing up, I think played most of his career, in the Northern Cape before making the move out to the Knights, and then now currently at the Warriors. Mooney was down here for 2 seasons under Mark Charlton. Also successful in the 4-day series, taking 2 trophies with him. So yeah, they should know the conditions. They should know the pitch. They playing around a bit. There is a little bit more turn from what we can see here, but I think they're big enough to know what job needs to be done.
And it's not a small job. It's a job that requires them just to keep it in their shell. If you think about the way the South African batting order looks, I mean, obviously a couple more all-rounders to come from here. Gar Pretorius, Bear Swanepoel. I mean, Cody Yusuf and Prince O'Brien regard themselves as all-rounders as well. That one is short and cut away. But yeah, the bulk of the work that South Africa is going to do needs to come from this pair. Much less threatening over that from Michelle Perez. 3 comes off it. South Africa are now effectively 105 for 5. So just so you don't get lost, that effectively 105 for 5 is the lead for South Africa. And this being the second innings, they only have 5 more wickets in the match. And I mean, 105 for 5 would already be a bothersome spot, let alone us adding the 49-run lead that they had. Here's Wiji, he continues. Fiery 3-over spell from him. Shot.
Patrick Kruger going down on one knee, driving that one through, just falling short of that boundary drops. But valuable 2 runs they went.
I think every run now is going to count. Every run is gold dust. We talk about dot balls in the limited overs format being gold dust. Every single run that the South African gets now, they'll cherish it. Sri Lankan at this point might not mind it too much, especially if it falls into their plan. Oh, played there from Patrick Kruger, just opening the face on the bat and just running it down to the fence. And Charles Paris thought he had a chance, but the ball wins that race.
That's one of the worst chases as a fielder one can have. You know, when you, well, two-way split. You think you have a chance, but it just continues on getting away from you. And the one where you think you don't have a chance and it goes and falls short of that boundary rope. So from your jogging position, you have to kick in, like drop a gear, sprint out and get the ball in.
That's a tough one, just trying to see which one is worse.
I'd go with the latter.
Yeah, I think so too. But I think it's not fun chasing a ball and not getting there, especially if you thought you had a chance the whole way. Because you don't want to give up for your team. Outside the line of off stump. Would that be swinging back in to hit the stumps? Umpire Lubaba Lukuma says no, it wouldn't. And the Sri Lankans cannot believe it. Vishad Randika has his arms wide open. He's asking, what is wrong with that? And I have to say, I have the same question.
I'm going to say the umpires are seasoned. I think maybe he's just looking at it, pitching outside of the off and not doing enough to get back in. But yeah, the umpire's decision is the final decision.
Yeah, that's the replay. You make your call. Maybe height.
I do believe Patrick Kruger was very lucky to get away with that one. If, just by looking at that replay, they win. But yeah, the umpire's decision is the final one, and that's the decision we have to all respect and accept. This time, Patrick just playing it off that pads there. Gonna push for 2.
And they'll get there too quite comfortably. Just maybe looking for that wicket ball. Sri Lankans are really, really on top right now. And they may not be happy with that man on your screen right now. But indeed, he has the final call. He's very seasoned. His umpire Lubaba Lukuma. A lot of internationals under his belt. Touch full at that time. Patrick Kruger just drives it. I think that's where they want Patrick Kruger. They've got a couple of slips. They've got a Manigali shot cover. They want to get it in around that driving line. There still seems to be quite a bit of movement, especially from Sita Wijasundara.
Yeah, this track definitely still has a lot in it, so... And I think it's proven with the one. Oh, he edges it! Keeper takes it this time. No getting out of that one. Patrick Kruger, beaten, gets the edge, sends it to the keeper, and has to make his way back to the changes. South Africa now 64 runs for the loss of 6 wickets.
In basketball, they say ball don't lie, and that's exactly what the Sri Lankans will think right now. That the ball doesn't lie. This time he catches the outside edge. It flies through to the wicketkeeper's gloves. Sundara all of a sudden has a fourth. And what a ball that was. Just following up from the one that came on the pad 3 balls ago. This one just leaving the batter. And it catches the edge. And jubilation for the Sri Lankans. They have a 6th. South Africa effectively 1-1-3 for 6 now. And they're into the all-rounders.
Well, I'll be honest, I'm glad I never said what I wanted to say a little bit early on, because it probably would have been a jinx and the commentator's curse, as they say. But I would have loved to have seen Patrick and Rivaldo, staying in there longer, building that partnership, getting to build a partnership. Because you've got two different types of batsmen in the two of them. One's got more of a flary type, and that's Rivaldo. His shot selection, it's all about, it's more like entertainment, all the flair of the game.
Very West Indian-like.
Very West Indian-like, 100% West Indian-like. He's also got strong wrists. He is still at the crease, so hopefully we'll see a little bit of that. And you have Patrick Kruger, the hard hitter. Basics, stand and deliver type of form, straight bat, getting it there, hitting it hard and getting it over the ropes. So it would have been nice to see the two of them build something. Unfortunately, Patrick found the outside edge, sent it back through to the wicketkeeper, and is prepping for a nice warm shower.
Botswana pulled the new man in. Beg your pardon, that's Michal Pretorius, the new man in. He only faced 1 ball so far in this match. He was a victim of Isita Sundara. He's currently at the non-strikers end, and this one comes off the inside edge. Off Rivaldo Munsami's bat. They're scampering through for the second, and the better throw might have made things interesting there at keeper's end.
That ball also getting a lot of turn there from Nishan, and catching obviously the outside or the inside half of Rivaldo's bat there, getting through for 2. I think, like you said, a scamper 2. A better throw would have might have caused a little bit of problems. But again, well bowled there. That one a little bit faster. He darted it in a bit there. Not a lot of turn when you're darting it in there. And he obviously, you saw now Rivaldo just getting his bat down in time and getting a bit of the outer area of the bat. Let's see what Miggs can do with the spinner. I think this should be interesting.
Yes, it should. He's on a pair, I should say. And he's off a pair. Pushes it through the covers, and they'll come back for a couple more. Yeah, didn't get a chance to talk about his batting while he was in. One of the form batters is Michal Pretorius, 10th on the run scoring list. Average 47 through the past season. It's probably the reason you see him at number 8 right now. Hit a big 100 for the Northwest Dragons, 109 not out. In the last season, that one he turns it to Ashada Fernando, who is at a short, fine leg, because he's a very fine, looks very, very fine. It's not your conventional short leg spot. Although he has moved to his left a tad now. But yeah, Miggs, big job to do. That concludes the over. Fans the last ball off. Picked up just the 1 wicket when he was bowling. Had a good spell. Had 18 overs. Not as much today. And not a happy change room that.
A little bit of a shot at the camp there. You can see everybody obviously in a bit of a worried factor happening there. Hands are keeping the heads up. It's a bit of a wary period in that dressing room. 1-2 smiles there coming out there. It's almost as if they know that we're on them and we're talking about them. So let us not show the world that we're a bit stressed here as a South African camp, and get a few Colgate smiles going. Oh, that one again, hitting that area. Just a little bit of a pop through. Good carry through to the keeper. Tails are up for the Sri Lankans.
He is currently unplayable, is Isita Sundara. Bit off the surface, a bit of him, but everything is all going his way right now. And it just feels like every ball that he bowls, there's an opportunity for something to happen. And that one just took off the surface a bit. It leaves the batter as well after its pitches. Oh, you see Rivaldo thinks that's coming to him, and that's why he's looking to fend it off. Back live now. Bowled them! Oh my word! What a delivery from Isita Sundara. It's the second time he's picked up the top of off. And there he is. He's now picked up his fifer.
I think every bowling coach around the world would love to see the replay of that. That is what every bowling coach in the world is teaching their seamers. Good line, good length, hit top of off. A little bit of angle in and it just broke away. Just a little bit of seam movement away from Rivaldo Munsami there. As we see this, angles in, goes away from him, top of off, and that's the outside of top of off. So that just shows you how much it actually moved off that seam. It's the perfect ball for a seamer to bowl. South Africa now on the board, 69 runs for the loss of 7 wickets, with a lead, I think it is, of 118 runs.
Yeah, 118 for 7 effectively. Already said I've seen the ball of the day. Well, there's a good candidate there. Shan Malinga. We've got some competition. A 4th first-class fifer. For Isita Sundara. Absolutely unplayable he has been. He's in good form too. He's coming off 5 for 60 and 4 for 36 in Sri Lanka. And he's just carried that form over here into South Africa. 2 wickets in the first. He's now got 5. And like I said before this ball, he is really unplayable right now.
Again, hitting that area that we've been speaking about since day one, the little green patch there on the pitch. Kinda, he's still extracting a lot of life, a lot of movement out of it. So he made the best of it, and I think that's why he's got 5 for 23 after 6.2. Now to the left-hander though, and this is a side that kept a bit low when South Africa was bowling. So would like to see what happens now with him. He goes straight for the body. Good bounce still there. Good bounce. Well played there by Bayes.
Yeah, Bayes Swanepoel. That's the new man in. And here you say he is still extracting some. Yeah, that's because it kind of feels like the game has gone a long way. It's only 18.3 overs into this innings.
And I think that is the shocker. So, yeah, if to our viewers that just tuned in, yes, you are seeing it correctly. South Africa currently 69 runs for the loss of 7 wickets in their second innings with a lead. Just looking at this ball there, Bayes also again just fending it off with a lead of 118 against the Sri Lankans. Isita Sundara doing amazingly well for his country with a fifer, conceding 23 runs in 6.3, 6.4 overs. 6.4 overs.
Yeah, I think that is the hardest part to believe about this collapse, quote unquote. Bayes Swanepoel, is he taking Gordon off stump there?
Taking Gordon off, as we see Isita also just, changing the direction. Is he going to chase that body line? These first 2 balls that he bowled at Bayes, you could see was at the body. Bayes looked a little bit uncomfortable with that back of the length ball there. So is he going to go straight for that body line? This time, Bayes beautifully played for 4, right past the bowler, past the umpire, and overpitched. I don't think that was Isita's plan there. If it's in the arc, it's out of the park.
Yeah, I thought that was his plan there, just overpitched. And y'all have been speaking so much about the Sri Lankans, and rightfully so. But yeah, that overpitched from Wiji. And the quality on drive there's from Bear Swanepoel as straight as he could hit it without hitting the stumps. And one races to the fence, and it's 4 runs. Sri Lankans there maybe just checking with the umpire, maybe not too happy with the ball. I don't know what's wrong with it. Seems to be working just fine to me.
Especially for the Sri Lankans. I think, one would maybe expect the South Africans to complain about the ball because the way it's moving and what Isita is doing with it, I would as a batsman say, Mr. Umpire, please, can we have a look at that ball? Something's not right here. Isita changes his line again.
No ball. Haven't seen too many of those in the match. Pretty sure that's only the 3rd one. First from a Sri Lankan bowler.
Bay is also, I think he played that one onto his foot, a little bit of a jump back to Isita. Could leave a blue mark.
You might feel that later on. Chow might be the most, and not be the most comfortable thing. Nor will that South African team talk if this pair here doesn't do something special from these 2 bowling all-rounders from South Africa. 19 gone, 74 for 7.
Wayne, what's your prediction? We speak of something special. Best case scenario for South Africa right now.
$138 for 7. I think that's the best case for scenario. The most important thing really is to try and not lose wickets. But one would argue that South Africa also has to bowl on this wicket as well. So it's just about making sure that they have enough runs on the board to bowl 2. And I don't know. Could be one, could be the other. I think right now really should be survival mode more than it is getting quick runs.
Yeah, definitely. I'm in full agreement with that. South Africa needs to go with the old theory of we've got our runs on the board, they still need to get it. So yeah, they need to push and look at least 220, 250 lead. And then the bowlers need to do exactly what Isita was doing. And he hit that line and length, hit it on the money from ball 1. And do something phenomenal. Coming down the track there.
Yeah, was hit hard by Bear Swanepoel. Intent. But yeah, you are right. I think anything over 220 will be an interesting chase. Especially if it is more conditions than it is the bowler. Although Isita Wajasura probably would not like me saying that.
Okay, Meg's being pushed onto the back foot there. Getting it through point for 1. Valuable single.
Yeah. Especially with the Sri Lankan bowlers with their tails up. Any opportunity you get to get some runs, you have to take it.
I almost mentioned on the screen there, you see 77 for 7. I don't know what kind of a Nelson that is, so I almost had to just, put both legs up in the air now and try and hover on top of the chair. But they got through it.
Yeah, we at some point had 66 for 6 as well. So 88.
I'm glad I never saw that one.
Yeah, so South Africa want to try and avoid 88 as much as possible. Outside half of the bat there from Bears. Just hanging back in between back foot and front foot there. Just plays it to point.
Again, Bayes needs to be a little bit wary of playing that shot. Nishan has got a little bit of an arm ball this time. Bayes just going down for the track, getting it one bounce over the ropes for 4. The intent, I'm liking it. Bayes has come in and he's not holding back, regardless of the position that South Africa is finding themselves in. He's still coming out with a positive attitude, and he's playing his game. At the end of the day, we need him to play his game and get us a good lead for South Africa.
Yeah, second time this over, he's used his feet, second time he's looked to be aggressive. And yeah, definitely, he has to play his game. He continues to play his game. We saw Marcus Ackerman, he did it. Gave us a brisk little 26. But maybe there are people on the sidelines saying, if he had been a bit more conservative, at 26, could have been a bit more. But yeah, productive over that for South Africa. They moved to 83 for 7 after 20. And here's the problem bowler for South Africa right now. You see Taweji Sundara. 2 relatively new batters. Pretorius has only faced 4 balls. There's Swanepoel 12 of 10. I wonder if it's just we playing the spinner out, or it's more, yep, let's get these runs quickly.
I do believe that South Africa would be in this position of kind of what Sri Lanka was in when it comes to deciding would it get through. Now fielders got down there. Another run there for Michael Pretorius, and a valuable run for the South Africans. So getting back to it, same position that Sri Lanka has been in, and I'm not talking about any collapses, but choosing to rather take on the spinner instead of the seamers. I think maybe that's what Bayes is also, has in his mind now. Let's take on the spinner, get some runs off him, and then just work around the informed man who's taking all the wickets, Isita Wijasundara.
Opens his body up there. Does Bear Swanepoel. Wanted to make sure that he had the offside available to him. Punches it down to that deep cover region. Got a deep point marshalling that boundary. He had to cover about 15 meters to get there, so good work in the field. Slip is out. Goes to a short mid-wicket. Find that interesting because he seems to be trying to stay leg side of the ball. These Bayers. Maybe they are going to try and keep it on his body. You spoke about this. He looked a bit uncomfortable with that line. Ball them!
No ball. No ball has been called. And you see Isita kicking the turf in disappointment. Bayes Swanepoel lives to fight another day.
Not a single word or movement from any of the Sri Lankan fielders. They cannot believe cardinal sin that is from Isita. Oh, you cannot believe he has overstepped that. Would have been his 6th. Is this the life that Bear Swanepoel and maybe South Africa needed?
I do think the South Africans hope that that was the life that Bayes needed, just to get more runs and get a decent enough lead going and putting Sri Lanka in later on or tomorrow, hopefully tomorrow, to go and chase. But again, mentally, Wayne, if you look at what just happened now, mentally, Isita took out slip, He put him in a short catching position almost. Bayes obviously expecting a little bit of a body line, something towards his body. You know, he's probably going to have to fend it off. What does Isita do? He pops it in on the toes. Unfortunately for him, umpire called it a no ball, overstepping. But mentally, Bayes was expecting that, and he got a different surprise.
Yeah, the thinking cricket from Sri Lanka has been absolutely fantastic. And if this partnership becomes big, I don't think the Sri Lankan fielders or the Sri Lankan team in general will forgive Isita for that. That was a good ball.
It was a good ball, good build-up. Like, I mean, that was the perfect double bluff, if you want to call it that. You know, get somebody in a short catching position. You see that the batsman is a little bit, you know, shaky with a little bit of a body line, back of a length, you know, towards the rib area. So have him think that, and then pop him the Yorker. So yeah, unfortunately for the Sri Lankans, Isita overstepping, umpire calling it a no ball. Bayes Swanepoel lives to fight another day. Right now at the crease, Michal Pretorius. Going down leg, definitely there. Oh, a little bit of a direct hit there and some overthrows. Let's get some runs there, valuable runs again there for the South Africans. They'll take it however it comes. 2 more added to the tally.
Yeah, 139 the lead now goes. Was a bit casual there. Was Michal Pretorius, and that's exactly why there was a shy at the stumps. An accurate shy at the stumps, that is. Just to look at it again. Yeah, almost definitely going down the leg side, and that's why there's just half an appeal from the Sri Lankans. You say Bear Swanepoel lives to fight another day. Certainly the South Africans hope it's another day, as in he'll be in tomorrow. Yeah, no chance of a run there, but Bear Swanepoel just trying to keep the Sri Lankan fielders honest. He's seen one shy at the stumps, bring South Africa a couple of runs. Just seeing if the Sri Lankan fielders can give him a couple more. At that time, the answer is no. And the score moves to 90 for 7 after 21 overs.
Wayne, a bit of a positive take on what just happened is we passed the 88 run mark. And we never lost a wicket, so we never saw 3 8s. So currently 90 for 7 on the board, with a lead of 139 for the South Africans, and a little bit of a partnership growing here now for the 21 runs between Bayes Swanepoel and Michal Pretorius.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a partnership building. The LBW shot last over, or the half LBW shot, the score was 88 for 8. So maybe just a half a chance. But maybe that's a good omen for the South Africans that we're not going to see anything like that. So Bear Swanepoel, I would say, has played the spinner out of the attack. And the opening bowler from the Sri Lankans, Jamika Gunasekera, he comes back in, only bowled 3 overs, and went off the field. Maybe now he's sorted out whatever the issue was at that point.
Hopefully he never went off the field to get some more chai tea. Because then I think we all know what's going to come. But yeah, Bayes Swanepoel definitely, you know, just pushed the spin attack one side for the Sri Lankans, gave them something to think about.
Yeah, first time we see Jamaica from this end. Starts off nice, decent line, back of a length, fended off. Yeah, the chai tea. He's doing wonders. See Shin Malinga warming up down here. Maybe is that the end of Widget's spell? And we'll find out in 5 balls.
I would like to take a Hollywood bet that was not his last over that he bowled. Can somebody please give me the odds for that bet? I don't think you want to take off a ball. I don't think he wants to be taken off. You know, tails up in the air like a scorpion on a mission. every ball, like we said, is an opportunity. It's something, he feels that something's going to happen every time he just takes that run up and releases that ball. And definitely is plaguing the batsman, giving a bit of trouble.
Yeah, well, he bowled 7 overs in his first spell. Beg your pardon, bowled 4 overs in his first spell. He's bowled 4 now. Maybe that's just his role in the team. Just run in for a couple of overs at full tilt. See what type of damage you can do. 2 wickets in his first, 3 in his second. I think he's done quite all right.
1-to-1 odds. Hollywood bets, if you hear me out there. I'm calling it that he'll still have ball in hand after this.
Pretty sure there's a few South Africans out there that are hoping you're wrong. Well played, I would say. Was the bumper, maybe just didn't come up as much as he would have expected. So he rides that bounce, just cuts it. I don't want to even call it a cut, almost guides it towards the point region for a single.
Almost like swatting a fly, because it came a bit close to the body line. I think it cramped him up a bit, and he done very well actually to fend that off and get it down past backward point there for a run. So I think very creative from Beyers Swanepoel.
South Africans have to be a bit creative right now. It's either that, just soak up the pressure for a little bit. Make sure there's no wicket, although I almost ate my own words there. Inside half of the bat, inside edge actually from Michal Pretorius, and the fumble from Michal Pretorius allows him to come back for the second. Hands on his hips. Yeah, all South Africa's hopes now on the bowling all-rounders. 4 of them left. Of these 2, Trailer Bryan and Cody Yusuf. But for now, South Africans do not want to see Cody Yusuf or Trailer Bryan in it anytime soon. It's 93 for 7 after 22.
Yeah, I just lost a little bit.
Yeah, what it means there is there's been a change of bowling as Eshan Malinga gets ready. Just a quick look at not too happy scorecard for South Africa. Marcus Ackerman, 27 of 21, top score so far. Beyers Swanepoel right up there. And they need him and his partner right now, Michal Pretorius, to give South Africa a nice long innings, something that the pair of them are very, very capable of.
Attempted for that one-handed catch there. Beyers Swanepoel still showing that intent. Was that saved on the boundary ropes there? According to the fielder and the umpires inquiring, he signals 4. Good honesty there by the Sri Lankan fielder, signaling that he did not get it in time. And 4 valuable runs again for South Africa and for Beyers.
Yeah, just a shot of Nuanidu Fernando there. He's the one with the attempt. It was second time that he's almost pulled off the spectacular from a Sri Lankan standpoint. And he wasn't too far away from that, was Nuanidu Fernando.
Yeah.
And Swanepoel indeed is continuing to attack. And yeah, maybe that is definitely the case. He's been told, let's get these runs quickly. These conditions are helping us a lot right now. Maybe let's get 10, 15 overs here before the end of play.
I want to kind of give the two batsmen at the crease a little bit of an incentive, both being the opening bowlers. You know what you can bowl to and defend, so you, unfortunately, in the position now, you need to put that runs on the board now and get, a good total to defend. So that little bit of incentive for both batsmen at the crease. Michal Pretorius, the opening bowler, and Beyers Swanepoel, bowling it from the other end.
Yeah, definitely.
No.
If there's anybody who knows what sort of target they can defend, to be them two, and the two to follow. So yeah, just maybe batting with that knowledge. Bear's just thinking to himself, 147 right now on the board. Yeah, I need 60 more here. And if I stand around and defend, there's a bigger chance of me going out without getting to that mark.
The angle from Ishan Malinga and a little bit of in-swing movement there, hitting Michal Pretorius, going down leg. Half-hearted shout there from his teammates, but not a lot of interest from Ishan Malinga himself.
Good ball, swinging back in. He's just getting his bat down in time, and second time in the over. Bear Swanepoel walks down, just has a chat with him.
Looked more like a keep going Miggs type of a fist bump that I just saw there. Keep going, stay focused, job at hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a short inning so far, but this kind of gives me the Marcus Ackerman Sapang Titole vibes from earlier on in the innings. Oh, inside edge. Could have gone anywhere, went into his pads. Lucky times here for South Africa. Maybe a good omen for the rest of the day. We'll see. 5 from the over, 98 for 7.
Also, please don't forget our Proteas men will be taking on the current ICC T20 Men's World Cup champions India in November for a thrilling 4 T20 international matches. Visit www.cricket.co.za for your tickets and hashtag wars are now where. Hashtag be part of it.
Yeah, was a nowhere, be a part of it. That's our hashtag for the year. Be a part of the fun, the action that Cricket South Africa brings to you. Again, clearing the front leg, and again, just hits it down the ground with disdain. Bear Swanepoel continues to show some intent and continues to score quick runs for South Africa. 100 comes up.
Again, valuable runs and again, good positive intent from Beyers Swanepoel. Just opening up, getting that right leg out of the way, giving himself good room to swing right through the line of that. And Classy just getting it over the ropes.
Yeah, we checked the comments. Quite a few people did not believe that this would happen. But yeah, we are here, 100. Still 7 down. 33-run partnership now. Lead is over 150. Things are trading in the right direction for the South Africans. And the field has opened up here for Beyers Swanepoel now. How has that not hit anything?
That has just gone and missed everything. almost missed the wicketkeeper also. managed just to get something behind it to stop that ball from going for 4 byes. Just a little bit of the replay there.
Oh, that is actually, it's quite incredible. That didn't catch the outside edge for Bear Swanepoel. So it's a good comeback here from Jamaica. Aerial. Short of Pacindo Surya Pandara, and the spin gets him as well, as this one will race to the fence for 4. Luck going his way here, Bear Swanepoel.
Another moment of lives to fight another day. Wait, you know, that's just the thing. If you look at the previous ball, Bayes was beaten all ends up, right? Why? He tried to just block it and fend it. And he missed it. Not really his game that he, you know, mindset-wise, what he came in with. And now he goes back and he reverts back to, you know, the positive intent. Let me go for it. If it's there to be hit, I'm going to hit it. And that's what comes from it. Luck comes from it, you know?
They say you make your own luck. Bears are showing that. Nobody there. This is racing to the fence. This is 4 more. This is quite an innings from Bear Swanepoel here.
Bear Swanepoel, if you can hear me, play your game. Play your game, Boykie. Play your game. Good, valuable runs here and an awesome little bit of an innings from Bear Swanepoel. Currently 29 runs from 22 balls for South Africa's 159-run lead.
So what that's done is that only a gully and extra cover within 30 yards of Bear Swanepoel now. Field is spread out. And he still goes for it. That one is pulled to Sonal Dinisha, the man they just took out of slip. So they had a fine leg, deep square, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, extra cover and a deep point. Just protecting every boundary that they possibly can, are the Sri Lankans.
Automatically you'll see the entire field shift now for Michael Pretorius, that's on strike. But he is definitely giving the Sri Lankans a little bit of work, you know, a little bit of thinking happening now. They're obviously seeing his intent is to score runs. And quickly.
Yeah, he's played South Africa back into the game here. He really has. And Megs is just been on the other end. Get a single when you can. Otherwise, just fend it off. Nelson is on the ball for South Africa. 24 overs gone, effectively. 160 for 7. There's a look at the Sri Lankan bowling card.
Gunasekera bowling 5 overs, 1 maiden, 27 runs, no wickets unfortunately, and an economy rate of 5.40. And the man of the moment for the Sri Lankans, Wijasundara, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 34 runs with a fifer, economy rate of 4.25. Ishan Malinga, 5 overs, 23 runs, 1 wicket, economy rate 4.60. And Nishan Perry, 6 overs, no maidens, 23 runs, 1 wicket, the economy rate of 3.83.
Yes, I suspect we'll see him quite soon, Nishan Perez. Did get a lot of turn. Just bowled the 1 over that Bear Swanepoel went after him. But right now, it doesn't seem to matter. Bear Swanepoel is just going after everything. There's a chase on here. And Jamaica Gunasekera will come around. It's just a single, though. By the way, we had a look at that no ball from Wedgie. It's quite a big one too, hey?
Was it quite big? Cardinals, and I think so much so now that was, you know, against Bayers, and Bayers making them pay. That one missed everything half-heartedly from the bowler there. Even the wicketkeeper didn't go too much up for that one. It missed everything. Very good ball, but missed everything.
Yeah, it cut him in half there, but I think he might have just touched the ground, and that maybe the sound that the bowler might have had on that occasion. But yeah, definitely cut him in half. I think you can see a clear gap. Actually,
Look at that movement, though. If there was nothing on it, that was extreme movement. It's something like what we saw yesterday, pitching outside of off and then going over top of leg. Short ball. Carl Pretorius attempting and going after it. That is the one for the over, signaled by the umpire.
If you watched this 100 earlier on in the year, the ball caught a few short balls to him and he pummeled all of them. So this isn't out of character for him to be going after the short ball. But that one was maybe just a little bit too short from Eshan Malinga. Follows it up with a full one. Not quite able to get that out of the middle of the bat, straight to the fielder for a top ball. So it's an interesting time now in the game. Sri Lankans not as on form as they were about 30 minutes ago. This partnership is now at 43. It's going through that shot a little bit quick there, does Michael Pretorius. Comes off the inside half of the bat.
How's timing just a tad bit out. But again, playing a very important role. Don't give your wicket away. He's got 6 from 19 balls that he has faced. And then his partner down on the other end, Bayes Swanepoel, 35 runs from 25 balls faced. Short one does well, makes the edges to get under it and get away from it. Creating no problems or concern for him there. That is the end of the 25th over. South Africa's lead now 161 run lead. Currently in this innings 112 for 7.
Simms was right. Sean Perry's comes back into the attack. So another quick 2-over spell there from Chamika Gunasekera. He was attacked by Bayes Swanepoel, the man who attacked the spinner in the first place. So let's see what the spinner has in store for him. Field is still spread out for him, even with the spinner bowling. 4 fielders on the leg side, 3 of them on the boundary. Couple more marshalling the offside boundary as well at long on and cover sweeper. You still have the slip in and you still have Sonal Dunisha there. It's short extra cover looking to catch. Sliding down the leg side, that one didn't turn whatsoever. Straight on with the arm.
I think Bay is just looking to drop it down in that mid-wicket area, just short of it. It's a guaranteed 2 runs if you see how far back the fielders are. Which, I would just say, Bay, play your game. Yes, there is 2 in it, but don't go out of your way looking for it. Just play your game. Solid forward defensive there from Bayes.
That's back-to-back deliveries. Has gone with that forward defensive. And if the fielders all hugging the fence have something to do with that. They've turned that time, turned around the corner.
A little bit of yes, no, yes, no. I don't think the South Africans can afford a silly run out now.
Yeah, that would be the worst way to lose a wicket. especially in this position that they find themselves in. And again, just getting the turn, maybe just starting it too straight on those last two deliveries. This time it's played down the ground. So good comeback. This from Nishan Perez. It's a maiden. Still 161 for 7 effectively.
Sitting in the commentary box and just watching all the viewers' comments there, Wayne. I think for a minute or two, let's entertain. You know what the viewers are predicting there.
Yeah, definitely. Couple of comments saying South Africa would be 100 all out. Obviously, at this point now, they've avoided that bad omen. But a lot of predictions as to what will happen in the fourth innings of the match. Bit casual from Michal Pretorius in his running there. Had to hurry it up towards the end. Maybe the commentators curse. We're not going to talk about South Africa not needing a run out again.
Dulika Nisal, one of the viewers leaving a comment there saying Sri Lanka will win by 10 wickets in hand. That is Dulika Nisal's a little bit of a hope that he's throwing out there. That's his prediction.
Yeah, that would mean Sri Lanka would have a minimum 162 run opening stand. I would want to watch that. Aggression from Isham Malinga. Bear Swanepoel. Run's starting to dry up now. That's what happens when the field opens up. Has to start looking for the singles now, though.
And the one thing that, and I think Bayers would know, there's a lot of pockets on the oval, and with it being, dry and hard, once you get the ball into that pocket with a good shot, with a little bit of good timing, you guaranteed a boundary. It's gonna, it's a bit far for the fielders to actually just push out there and get it. That one's staying a bit low. A little bit of an appeal there from the bowler, but the umpire is not interested.
Yeah, not just the umpire, no one else in the field seemed to be interested in that appeal. But, as we watched that replay, look to just catch him low. I think that hit him on the thigh. And it looks like he's just wearing the one thigh pad, so I think that might have hit him on that unprotected part. No, he's wearing both.
Yeah. Technology and equipment in today's game, it's nothing like what I used to have back in my little playing days. Full toss there, but he is not really getting a hold of it inside half of the bat. Gets through for a single. Again, another valuable single. I don't think South Africa will mind how they come, as long as they're coming.
Yeah, runs are runs. And yeah, didn't go the direction that he wanted that ball to go. But again, because the field is so open up for Bear Swanepoel, there is a lot more leeway as to where or how much he can get it wrong.
Again, an immediate change here of the field for Michal Pretorius.
Beaut! Yet again!
Sends that leg stump tumbling, Wayne. Tumbling. Sri Lanka, Ishan Malinga picks up his second stick for today.
Yeah, apparently he only takes speckies. First one was an absolute quality delivery, and this one has sent the stump tumbling back a few meters, about 5-10 meters. Another look at that.
Again, just that was that movement of the pitch.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of an inside edge there.
Inside edge or movement, something happened there that because it kind of looked like it was on off, let's say middle and off, and then coming back and knocking out leg stump there, top of leg.
Yes, indeed, it was the movement. We've seen the movement from Ash Malinga. And yeah, that one just seeming just to catch him, maybe a bit of the inside edge, maybe just nipping off the surface. But I'm just looking around the production box and getting the signals that it was inside edge. But nonetheless, it's a quality delivery from Esha Malinga. He sends Michal Pretorius back for 7. South Africa 114 for 8. As we take a drink.
That sees to a quick drinks break there for the South Africans and the Sri Lankans. And with our new batsman at the crease, Prenelin Subrain. The oohs and the ahs still continuing here from the Sri Lankans. Prenelin getting nicely behind the line of that ball and just a little bit of a forward defensive there, Mr. J.
Very exciting stretch that you guys had, Mr. Engelbrecht.
Very exciting stretch, and I think a lot more of the Sri Lankan fans are very much more excited than South African fans sitting here and watching, what is currently happening at the Kimberley Oval here, Mr. J.
Yeah, thank you very much, man. And I was listening to your commentary about Bayer Swanepoel, and it's so strange that there were so many a day on the afternoons of the third day or the fourth day that we would sit and watch him do exactly what he's doing here today.
A good punch there to the offside again. Bayer is just finding that middle, Mr. J. Again, as I pointed out early on, good, positive intent. He knows what to do. He doesn't have to change his game to suit anything. The order of the day now for South Africa and for Bayers is to get runs on the board.
No, for sure. And he must just bat like he normally does. It did look as if the situation didn't affect him at all.
Just just a normal day at the office for Bayers. He was lucky though there, Mr. J, you know, being bowled. I think
Off
it
the
was a
no-ball.
good setup. It was a good setup from Isith. And yeah, lucky for Bayers and lucky for the South Africans that it was actually a no ball.
Very true. South Africa now 115 for 8. They lead by 164 runs.
Give Mr. J, myself and Wayne, you know, we were entertaining and, you know, just taking the comments from all around the world on the stream. And a few of the comments here saying that I see we've got April Ethereal. If South Africa gets a 200 lead, it'll be tough for Sri Lanka. I tend to agree because if the South African seam attack takes the same bit of energy that Sri Lanka's seam attack is bringing now to the South Africans, it could make it difficult for Sri Lanka also to get to that, you know, to that number.
No, you're 100% correct. And I do think that anything in excess of 200 is going to be difficult for Sri Lanka to chase down.
I think, Mr. J, this is a good one again from April Ethereal asking there, lads on the comms, is this a typical fast and bouncy South African wicket or a bit on the slower side? You would be the perfect person to actually answer that question.
Yeah, I tried to explain it a little bit earlier on because of where we are situated in Kimberley. It's a bit of an early start of a cricket season, especially for 4-day wickets in Kimberley. But I must say that it is a typical Kimberley wicket, not a South African wicket. Typical Kimberley wicket. I'm not 100% sure. I would really like to when I have a look at it and just to go check if there was now some cracks that opened in the course of today.
And normally, a little bit on the hard, faster side of things.
Yeah, normally it's hard and fast, and normally it's a more batting friendly strip than what it is the bowling. But today was definitely some assistance to the bowlers. Lovely shot.
Played very nice there by Pren. Well fielded in the end. Getting 2 valuable runs there for the South Africans. And Prince Brian opening up his account, getting 2 runs from a very well played shot, well timed, didn't force anything, just you know, hit through the line of it and it got it out there for 2 runs for him.
Yeah, very nice shot that he played.
Also to all of our viewers, please don't forget the Proteas men will take on Sri Lanka for 2 test matches and a full Pakistan tour this summer with your favorite ping day taking place on Sunday, 22nd December, 2 p.m. start. Get your tickets on www.cricket.co.za. The hashtags was a Nawe hashtag. Be part of it. Ishan Malinga continuing on, very aggressive. Mr. J. Ishan has been coming on and, you know, he's got that fire. It's almost like picking up from his teammates and his colleagues with the seam and just coming in, running hard and banging it in there. Bayers just getting that one a little bit. I don't know if there was a little bit of bad there. Is it just pad? We'll wait for the umpire's call.
Select by. Yeah, he's got himself into a nice rhythm and a nice fiery spell. And obviously preferring to bowl to the other batter, where they're pushing the fielders back completely when Bayers Swanepoel is on strike.
I think a lot, Mr. J, and this is what happened since Bayers has come in. The left-hand, right-hand combination is kind of playing into Bayers' favor because the green patch, you know, that green patch that we've been speaking about, doesn't affect him that much. As a left-hander, that is. So any bowler, any seam bowler would prefer to bowl to to the right-hand batsman and, see if there's any assistance from the pitch.
Yeah, that was a good observation. And it's easier for the left-hander because where he bats negates the patch that is just outside the right-hander's off stump. But also to add to that, and as we're watching Bayes taking his relaxing stance there, it just seems like a normal little game for Mr. Swanepoel.
Yeah, definitely a very relaxed pose there. Little hand on the hip, weight distributed onto the bat, legs crossed.
Lovely
Gets
shot.
through for one there. Could they push for two? Two is on.
Nice on drive from Subrian. 2 runs.
Prin having to play that little bit of a anchor support role for Bayes. Again, a good 20-30 partnership is a definite must between the two.
No, for sure it's a must. Yeah, very good low order batsman. And he's got a very good head on his shoulders. And I think he will understand the role that he has to now play.
Well directed short ball. Prince Brian doing well just to duck away from that ball. Very well directed short ball there from Ishan Malinga.
Malinga just checking if Pren had completed his tea time drinks and that he's awake. Good ball.
Very good ball there from Ishan Malinga. Looking at that block hole area now, hoping that Prince Brian will, play around it, Mr. J, or play over it.
Yeah, it's a very good comeback after the short ball. So, some good bowling from Malinga. He's now in his 8th over, and he's still steaming in.
I think even if it's in his 10th over or 12th over, Mr. J, when your tail is up, there's an adrenaline rush in your body that makes you believe, and it gives your body that extra bit of oomph to bowl as long and as hard as you can for, the more overs than you normally used to be bowling. So, yeah, that's where Sri Lanka is right now. They are feeling it. They are believing it. And up until that shoulder drops, and their heads drop a bit. I mean, I think Bayes kind of, when he's on strike, the Sri Lankans are feeling that a little bit. And then automatically the shift changes comes in when bowling to the, to whoever's batting with Bayes.
100% correct. But there's still some fire in his belly. Again, the field widely spread for Bayes, and he punches one into the offside straight to the only fielder that's close to the bat, besides the slip.
This time getting it into the gap, getting through for another single. Valuable runs for South Africa.
What do you think is the thought process around that? Is that to protect the boundaries from Bayes, or is it just a matter of getting him off strike?
I would actually call it a bit of both there, Mr. J. A little bit of protection for, from what they have already seen Bayes is capable of doing and using his feet and going over that inner ring, but also allowing him rather just to get the single and get, the new batsman on strike. Before Pren, we had Miguel here, who didn't look too, too solid at the crease. He looked a bit shaky. He looked under pressure. So allowing Bayers to get a single, get Miguel back on strike. Now again here, allowing Bayers to get that single and get the new batsman on strike. Very well played there by Subrian, getting through for that single, leaving Bayers with one more ball of the over to face and to deal with. Would he look for that single, Mr. J?
Yeah, I'm sure you try to get the single now.
That one just keeping a bit low there. Again, something that I'm a bit wary about, because this is actually what Pren was bowling, putting that, the batsman onto the back foot, which is, if it stays low and you miss it and it hits your pads, it's going to hit the sticks. You're gone. There's no hope that the umpire will not give you out.
No, that is very true, and it's part of the armory of the off spinner to push the batter back, and you want him to play off the back foot, and hopefully you can hit the pads.
South Africa for this innings, 124 runs for the loss of 8 wickets after 30 overs, and currently leading by 173 runs. Bayers Swanepoel, 38 runs from 39 balls. And Prenelin Subrian, 7 runs from 14 balls. And Prenelin is on strike against the in-form wicket taker, Isita Wijisundara, who's got figures of 5 wickets for 34 runs in his 8 overs that he has bowled. Did he get that edge? Did he get that edge? Sri Lanka is up in arms and is given, after consultation with his colleague, the umpire, finally gives Prenelin Subrian out, caught behind. Isita Wijisundara, 6 wickets now in the bag for 34 runs. South Africa 124 for the loss of 9 wickets, and that lead still remains at 173.
There's a lot that happened on that ball.
Just a little bit of valuable information passed down here, Mr. J. That is the 3rd time that Wijisundara took a wicket in his first over.
My word, that's good.
This time seeing the back of Prenelin Subrian making his way back to the change room.
Here's that ball again.
Angled in and just basically held a bit of a straight line from the pitch there. Prenelin praying on the line that he saw angling in, and getting that outside edge there. A little bit of maybe a very small, thinnish edge, for the standing umpire needing to consult. But nonetheless, caught behind. South Africa 124 runs on the board for the loss of 9 wickets. And that sees Cody Yusuf making his way to the crease for the South African team.
There was also a bit of activity behind the wicket with the wicketkeeper. I was wondering whether he took it cleanly, and because the minute he caught it, he rolled it. But the umpires are there, and both seasoned campaigners. And for sure not wanting to be an umpire in this day and age.
I do believe, and I agree there, Mr. J. You don't want to be an umpire in this day and age. But I think also passed down to me, that is what exactly the umpires were checking. If the ball was taken cleanly, especially because of a little bit of a roll there that happened. And yeah,
Thank you.
currently point, which is supposed to be square leg umpire.
Stephen
saying it
Harris,
was all good.
all good. And then we're ready to go.
Cody Youssef, he was the aggressor for the South Africans with the ball in hand. Going up for a shout for LBW, but that one looks like it's going down leg. Not interested is the umpire. Just had another look at that one there. Roughly pitching on middle from what we can see at this angle, and then just moving away, going down leg there. I think at this point, especially when your tail is up as a seam bowler, anything and everything that has just shown a little bit of a possibility, they're going to appeal for it. Oh, that one just went right through and over the stumps.
How that one missed.
Isita Wijisundra.
Here's that ball. Just watch this ball beat everybody, including the wickets.
It went right through and went over middle there, Mr. J. How it did not hit, I think that's because of a good bouncy pitch.
Only Cody will know that. Eh?
If we take a look at it, I'm going to go back to a little bit of the basics here, Mr. J. Looking at Isita Wijesundra's bowling action. He's got a nice smooth run up, and then he gets back to basics. Left arm is up high, looking over that shoulder, coming through that little, what we used to call what is this? The windmill action happening there. And getting it in the spots where he wants it to go. So back to basics for the kids that are out there. You don't need to do anything fancy. You don't have to copy any of your heroes. Go and stick with the basics. Left arm up, gets it nice and just true going through there, Mr. J, to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, and coming through coming through to the crease, he's on full pace, and he's a strong lad. You can see how strong is built on top. So there's a lot of upper body movement as he delivers that ball. But like you're saying, classic basics. Lanka's now gone to 2 slips in a gully for the last batsman of South Africa.
Could this be? He's given. Trapped. Cody Youssef, LBW.
That's career best. That was very, very close to center. Hit middle stump.
Isita Wijesundra bagging 7 wickets for 34 runs in his 9 overs. His previous best being 6 for 23. And today, bagging 7 wickets for 34 runs. Isita Wijesundra, Sri Lankan team, definitely in a commanding position now over the South Africans.
You talk about the moving day in cricket, and who would have believed when we came to the grounds this morning that we would have thought that would have happened. And Sri Lanka having to go and score 173 now to win the game with a bit of today and then the whole of tomorrow to bat out.
There's the replay there of Isita's 7th wicket. Again, good line, cutting back into Cody Yusuf, trapping him leg before. Excellent spell as his teammates clapped him off there. Isita Wijisundra, 7 for 34.
Well, that scorecard belongs to him.
That's a South African card there, 124 all out. And the top guys there, and I think he just ran out of supporting partners there. Bayes Swanepoel scoring 38 not out from 39 balls. A little bit unfortunate for Bayes. I think, just if one or two of the guys could just hang around with him there, he could have gotten that extra 20, 30, 40 runs for South Africa and get them in a position of, a total that one can defend. It's easier than what they're actually facing now, defending 174.
And those are bowling figures that the Sri Lankans will be very happy with. All their bowlers bowled very well, but Wisindra, the pick of them, 7 for 34 in 9.
Ishan Malinga picking up 2 sticks, conceding 28 runs in his 8 overs. Nishan Piri getting 1 stick, 30 runs in his 9 overs. And then Gunasekera, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 27 runs, no wickets. A good day with ball in hand there for the Sri Lankans, Mr. J.
No, for sure. Now we must just hope that and see if the South Africans can emulate that when they come out to bowl.
We're going to take a bit of a break. For those that just tuned in, South Africa got 173 runs, which leaves Sri Lanka 174 for victory. Day 3 in Kimberley. The turning day has turned and currently in favor of the Sri Lankans, only needing 174 runs for victory. Please do tune in and don't go very far from your screens, or if you're watching on your cell phones, please stay connected and enjoy the cricket with us. As we welcome you back to Sri Lanka's second innings, chasing 174 runs for victory over the South Africans in what, coming from the South African innings, a little bit of a downhill slide there, Wayne, happening for the South Africans, crumbling under the pressure, and good bowling from the Sri Lankans. Michael Pretorius taking that first ball. Just getting a little bit of back of the length line going out there to Shadow Fernando, the star with the bat for the Sri Lankans.
Yeah, welcome back. 16:52 local time, so 38 more minutes. So a chance to see some great action, but yeah, what a collapse. Spectacular collapse that was from the South Africans. Led by the great Isita Sundara, taking 9 wickets in the match and 7 of them in that second innings. So the South African seamers will look to extract exactly what he got from the wicket. But it's a different proposition bowling to a man who's played 27 test matches. Noshara Fernando.
Yeah, just a little bit straight there from Miggs. I would love to see them try and exploit, to see exactly what Isida just done to the South Africans, and exploit that greener pastures of the pitch to extract some movement, some extra bounce, just a little bit of variety, getting that new ball at the batsman. Look at cutting back in, slicing the batsman in half. I mean, that's everything Isita was doing. Going down leg, half appeal from Rivaldo Munsami and the captain.
Yeah, what he also did very well was varying the length. Go back of a length, next one is 4, hits the stumps. Next one is testing the batter's ability on the back foot. And the next one, they are trying to keep it away from the stumps. 7 wickets in an innings is very impressive. He's in good form. He's Sita Sundara had a 5-wicket performance 2 games ago, and then a 4-wicket performance his last time out. Then obviously 9 in this game, so that's 18 wickets in his last 4 innings.
And capturing his personal best today for getting 7 sticks for 34 runs. The nice thing that I picked up of Vijayasundara, Wayne, is he was thinking all the time. He was, there was method behind his madness, if you want to call it that. He would set the batsman up, short ball, wide outside the off, shorter, and then pop in that one that goes for the pads or one on the toes, just playing around like you pointed out now there. So that's it just shows brilliance from a bowler, and well deserved for his bowling spell, getting seven sticks in the bag.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see much better bowling. Well, obviously the Northern Cape hits will hope that they see much better bowling, but I don't think we'll see much better bowling here at the Kimberley Oval, because it wasn't just that, it was also the field placings. You'd have a fielder for this batter, take him off the ball. We will speak about that 1 wicket where the skipper, the wicket keeper, and Oshara Fernando had a bit of a conversation, and then eventually they moved Oshara to Gully, and then the very next ball, the ball heads to Gully. So they not only just that, just the plans were well understood, just putting the fielders in the right spots. As Bear Swanepoel runs in, he opens the bowling from the comms box end.
Getting that one to shape away from the batsman, dropping a bit short, to the wicketkeeper Rivaldo Munsami there. And that again just shows, a little bit of variable bounce happening on this track. Going in, getting it nice in it, just one bounce in front of, well taken there by Rivaldo.
Yeah, just nipping.
Oh, that
away.
one beat him. Closer to the outside edge would mean you would have edged it.
Yeah, it's 2 from 2 there for Bears. Just beating the outside edge. The first one, maybe the batter just trying to booming drive that. This time around, just not really, just nipping away. Not too much movement away from the batter. Just nipping. This one just goes straight on and it's fended off. Gets very well behind it as Lahiru Udara.
The Sri Lankan fans worldwide, I think, is in a very happy space right now, watching this game after, that second innings of South Africa. Oh, had the batsman in a bit of two minds there. I think in the end, getting a little bit of a leading edge.
Yeah, definitely a good time to be a Sri Lankan fan. Patum Nesanka yesterday, powering the Sri Lankans through to a magnificent 8-wicket victory against England. It lost the series already, but it's good to get that third test win. And the A side here looking to follow up from their senior men's team. And it's not a massive score that they have to chase down here, 174. Just get through this initial new ball period. Sun setting, and then tomorrow can maybe just come through and just knock off the last few runs.
Right, I'm going to be a little bit optimistic, even though, I think South Africa is about 25, 26 to 46 runs short, from what they would have hoped to have posted. But as we just witnessed with the Sri Lanka's bowling attack, it's not that easy on day 3 in Kimberley.
Yeah, during the break, obviously speaking to the producers, and everybody seems to think that this is going to be an interesting chase for Sri Lanka. It's not set in stone that they're going to win this match. I am of the belief that this is their game to win right now. Couple of maidens, by the way, to start for the South Africans. So watchful start for the Sri Lankan batters. Maybe something that they themselves picked up from their bowling innings, but where they need to be.
Miguel trying to hit that area there, I think just a foot too short. Needs to get it up just a little bit more. Get the classy shot of Fernando. A little bit of a, do I play forward? Do I go on the back foot? Do I hang the bat out there? Again, just a bit, I would say a foot too short. And this time going for that body line there from Miguel Pretorius.
Yeah, one wonders if maybe the South African bowlers have not yet changed that their mindsets into bowling. I mean, I doubt any of them would have thought they'd be bowling again today. But that is the way the cookie crumbled, and that's what is required of them right now.
Miggs, that's it, getting it outside the off stick, getting Fernando to play at it. That's what you're looking to do now as a South African bowler. If you're defending 173, you need to force errors out of the batsman. Waiting for somebody like Ushada Fernando, to just make a mistake on his own accord, I do believe he'll be waiting very long for that to happen. So you need to test him and test the class of him.
Yeah, just what you alluded to the ball before.
Again, right there, Shadow Fernando taking a little bit of a slash outside off there. Just that's what you want as the South African attack, the bowling attack. You got to be testing them all the time. You can't go short of a length, like back of a length into his body. He's gonna go on the back foot and he's gonna punch it down. You need to get him to and force him to get that error going, and that's 2 in a row now.
Yeah, it's 2 in a row. Wow, one of the full persuasion, the other just back off a length where he's been for the first 10 deliveries. Goes right back to that line.
Almost squaring it up, but again, now you see the class of Oshada Fernando there. His trigger movement went from, and I think in the replay we'll actually see this very well here, Wayne. The trigger movement moving across his off. There. So let's say 2 off. His trigger movement went to 2 off. He got behind the line of the ball and made sure that his entire body is behind the ball. So for any movement, like last minute movement, even if he edges it, it would hit his body. This time again, hanging it out there, looking for the gap. But well fielded by none other than Chipang Ditole, the little cracker of a fielder in this team. You know, I spoke this with Mr. J earlier on. Back in our time, watching the Proteas play, you know, you would have just John T. Rhodes that was the magnificent fielder, like the great John T. Rhodes in the field. But in today's modern age day of cricket, you're having 3, 4, 5, 6 John T. Rhodes in a team. You know, it's just awesome to have been witnessed. You know, the South African team here and their fielding abilities, from Marcus Ackerman to the catches that the captain took in slips. You know, it's just been an amazing time to watch, you know, superb fielding and high quality fielding from the teams.
Yeah, a lot of the players these days do work on their fielding. I'm talking about excessive work into the fielding. Spend a couple of hours, 2, 3 hours just catching balls, doing some groundwork.
On the up, through the covers, got to be 4. Goes over the boundary ropes.
Your first real sign of aggression from a Sri Lankan standpoint. Its first 19 dot balls, and he thought to himself, this is the time to go. This is Lahiru Udara, and that's just purely hands from him as he hits that square of the wicket for 4 runs.
So I'm getting the inside half of the bat. Definitely going to get 2 from it. Chased down there by Matthew Brietska. 2 more runs there for Sri Lanka. 2 more runs there for Lahiru Udara.
It would have been important for them as well just to finally just get off the mark. 3 maiden overs. Of course, you don't want to lose a wicket in this last session. 26 minutes before stumps. But also, just seeing that ball coming off your bats, getting to the other end for the first time, and seeing that to win going down to 168.
Swanepoel might just feel a little bit down, you know, after looking a little bit solid and a positive attacking mind, you know, showing that positive intent with a bat. A little bit maybe disappointed that he didn't have teammates to support him throughout. I think we definitely would have seen an extra 20, 30 runs from Bayers, and for him bowling now and, you know, having to protect the lead, I think it would have been, you know, giving him a little bit more positive energy running in, but still standing tall and doing the business, getting the ball on the money from ball 1 there. I think, okay, he's got 6 runs from this over so far, but I mean the previous one was a maiden over, if I recall. A little bit of good movement.
Yeah, testing the outside edge of Lahiru Udara's bat a couple of times. But yeah, just to add to that, it's interesting that the big run scorers, and I use the word big loosely, the big run scorers for the South Africans are the guys that came in and attacked the bowlers from the onset. Maybe something that the Sri Lankans might have to look at. We'll find out in a sec. 6 without loss after 4.
Got about 24 minutes left of today's play. Mindset from the Sri Lankans, you know, especially just 2 world-class batsmen at the crease there. is probably just to see out this 24 minutes plus minus, and just wrap it up in the morning. Maybe that's the talk that happened during the switchover.
Yeah, as the coach, I would tell them let's blow them out the water. Would like to get a quick little 30, 40, so that the South Africans come in tomorrow, heads down already, thinking already we are out of the game. But more so, I think not losing a wicket would make the South Africans feel more so that way.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of pressure would be felt if they did lose a wicket, though, Wayne, to be honest. You've got their captain probably coming in at 3, Surya Bandra, and we were witness to what he's capable of with a bat. So, again, yes, they don't want to lose a wicket. Yes, they'd like to go, 30, 40 runs at stumps. But also, just, it's 2 world-class batsmen. Yeah, they both know their roles, they know their abilities, and I don't think they're going to do like any forced mistakes from their side. Play the ball on merit, it's what they taught. If it's there, if it's in your arc, if it's in your, back foot, outside square, you're going to go for it type of a thing. But I don't think they're going to go out and, as you can see there, just playing the ball on merit. They're not going to go out there and try and do anything special now to get a quick 30, 40 in the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, fair point, and probably very true if you look at what Oshada Fenner did in the first innings. 122 of 146, that's a strike rate of 84, which is rapid in 4-day cricket. I think that's rapid, really, even in 1-day cricket. But here he is, 15 balls in, yet to score a run. I think he thought about it there for half a second.
He gave it a thought. I was about to say, he gave it a thought and he just backed out. So again, maybe that shows exactly what we're speaking. Not gonna take the risk right now, and create maybe an opportunity for South Africa to pick up a wicket going into stumps. But yeah, stranger things has happened in the game of cricket. It takes 1 second just to lose focus, and that's the second that could cost you a wicket. That's that 1 second that I was talking about there, Wayne.
Yeah, it took the words out of my mouth. Just maybe just a tad unlucky there if you're Michal Pretorius. But I would say maybe the previous one was maybe the one he should have gone for more than this one. And South Africa going at the stock standard field. So no deep points or anything of the sort. Good recovery. I see Nick Kashile backing up there from that throw. So Michal Pretorius has bowled 18 balls, all dots. Still 6 on the board.
Just another public service announcement. The exciting men's domestic T20 is scheduled to start on Friday, 27th of September, 6 p.m. at the DP World Wanderers, where the defending champions will take on their Yixke rivalry Momentum Multiply Titans. With an essence that ignited hometown pride, the season promises not to be pure. Cricket excellence about a celebration of communities, share values, and the passion that unites them. We call all the fans to rally behind your team as players gear up to showcase their powers on the field. Visit www.cricket.co.za for more information. And hashtag #WasAnawe, hashtag be part of it.
Yeah, quality cricket shots there from Lahiru Udara. Outside off, driven on the up. He seems just to be taking a little bit more risk than his partner at the other end, although not really too many risks there. That's 4 runs. Well played. Didn't really roll his wrists. Well directed bouncer by Bear Swanepoel. And Michael Pretorius comes round, cuts it down to just 1. And Bears will get his first crack at Oshada Fernando.
I like how Udara actually played that little short ball, very controlled. He just, from the front foot, he just rocked back onto the back foot and guided that ball. Nothing, power about it. It's just a good guide of the ball. Fernando driving it. Stopped in the covers, looking for 2, will come back. Not on. Could there be a little bit of a stinger? I just hope happening on that hand there of Eshile. No medical attention required.
Yeah, it's a Toilet just wanting to give him a low 5 there for the work he did in the field, but Eshile really looks to be maybe just in a little bit of discomfort. Hopefully for Daffabet Warriors. Nothing too long term. That's going to warrant the physio to run on. That one came off the helmet. Or not.
Definitely rushed him a bit there. I think if you see this replay, a little bit of a rib area, maybe a little bit of the shoulder, somewhere there. He's not rubbing it.
Yeah, Bears just needs to know that he's going to go after it. So Michael Pretorius down there, front leg, must stay ready.
Bears this time pitching it up. Very easy relief there for Udara. Getting it over the ropes for another 4.
That is the right word there, release. You build up the pressure. You've tested his body out with that previous delivery. And then you give him a nice free leg stump half volley. And Lahiru Udara isn't missing out on too many of those. That one is just caressed through the mid-wicket region. Straight into the fence for 4.
Beautiful shot there from Udara. He's now going to probably pick up 4. Will he make it? Looks like he actually saved it there. Top fielding. 3 runs from it though.
Yeah, appreciated by the Sri Lankan branch as well. Quality chase there from Senior Kashila, somebody who usually has the gloves on. But they're not giving up on a delivery that looked like it was going to be 4 all the way through. And oh, look at that. Fantastic little flick back in from him. And it's 3 runs. So 6 gone, 19 without loss. 17-15, so 15 minutes left. If you are just joining us, you've missed out on a lot today. 16 wickets have fallen. 6 Sri Lanka wickets in this first innings. Then all 10 South African second innings wickets falling through. Now Sri Lanka requiring 155 more to win on this day 3 of the first 4-day game between SA and Sri Lanka.
Michael Pretorius starting that 4th over of his. Currently not conceding 1 run.
Yeah, all 19 of the runs coming from the other end, from off the bowling of Bear Swanepoel. Just something that Meggs is doing with his length. It's just making him unplayable right now. Probably the most loose delivery he's bowled today. You can see there Lahiru Udara not too happy that he's missed out on that. Hit that straight to Prince O'Brien at cover. See, they've dropped Kashire there. Just in the background of your picture there, he's now at deep backward of square. Maybe Mix is just going to take a little bit more risk with the shorter stuff. Or maybe that's just a ploy for Lahiru Dara.
Just not managing to get it from the middle of the bat. But Udara is still looking, positive, even, realizing that there's probably about like 12 minutes left of today. Still throwing the bat at it, still have that positive intent, still looking to score runs.
Yeah, you did say he's going to play the ball, not the situation. So if it's there or if he feels it's there, he's going to go after it. Thought that might have been close to a wide call.
Yeah, it was very, very short from Miggs over there. I think it's that time of the day where you kind of just want to get through these last couple of minutes and, hit that showers and just reset and think about, what all happened today and where did you go wrong? What do you need to do going forward?
Yeah, I was about to say, definitely from a South African standpoint, 17:30 can't come quickly enough. Although they might feel differently if they can maybe get an edge or two. That one very close to that outside edge of Lahiru Dara. Bit of late shape away from the batsman as well.
That was a very, very awesome ball there. Good ball there, good movement against something that looked like it came off the seam, just away from Udara. Getting him to hang that bat out there. Angled in, just moved away there, beautifully moved away. And again, I think a better batsman might have gotten the nick on that one there.
Yes, indeed. Spoke earlier about maybe just a bit calm. Right now, they know there's nothing they can do. It's just about picking up the players' energies. And 7 overs gone. Meg still yet to concede a run. And the change of bowling from the comms box end. 26-year-old Cody Yusuf comes into the attack.
South Africans not as chirpy and beaming, I think, according to the circumstances that they find themselves in their way. I do want to believe, though, at every team going in there, even when the cards are down, still give it your all. You got to leave everything out there on the field. You have to try your best to defend it. That's what you want, and that's what makes champions. This time played through down. Did he get it? Well, fielded.
Yeah, hands on his knees there. He had to cover quite a distance there, Hasina Kashile. And yet again, he proves how rapid he is across the floor. It's an expansive drive that from Oshara Fernando. And that looked like it could have been 4 the whole way, but no. Quality stop that from Senior Kashile. Just a couple.
Again, just a testament of how many fielders in the current squads today, in the modern era of cricket, are considered in a lot of people's opinions. The standards of your John D. Rhodes of back then. It's just amazing to watch. I mean, Kusile, as you pointed out, normally he's got the gloves on. And for him to be so agile and athletic in the field, it's just a good sight to see.
Yeah, I think it's the same as well for Tepang Zitole, who spent most of last year with the gloves. The pair of them, you would think that they're put in those positions because they're specialists in those positions. Didn't come to him as quickly as he thought it would. So he pulls that in front of square, goes straight to Matthew Brett, get mid on.
When we spoke about earlier on, especially for the youngsters coming up in the game now, you know, you'll get a youngster that's a decent batter and he's, you know, prospect for batsman top 5 maybe going forward in his career. But they tend to just then work on their batting. You know, we saying on this side of the camera is that work on at least 3. You know, work on your batting, bowling, and fielding, and perfect 2 out of the 3. You know, that's what coaches are looking at. That's what the selectors are looking at. That's what scouts are looking at. You know, no sense in being able to score 50, but you're dropping 5 sitters for the day. You know, you'll be overlooked, you'll be benched, you won't make the cut.
Yeah, especially in this era of cricket where the advent of the all-rounders are the most sought after commodity. This one is pulled, it's in the air. It will take 3-4 bounces to Prince O'Brien there at deep square for a single. But yeah, we are in the advent where, yes, you have to be good at least 2 of those aspects, batting and bowling, batting and fielding, batting and wicket keeping. I mean, we don't have wicket keepers anymore. You have to be a wicket keeper batsman now. So yeah, you have to at least perfect 2 of those things for you to at least stand out in the crowd. 23 without loss after 8. All smiles and laughs in that change room. They're very, very relaxed, the Sri Lankans. See them just chatting away. Just asking maybe each other, how much of that 151 do you think I'm going to have a pot in? Especially with those 2 quality batters in the middle. Good stop by Bear Swanepoel.
Yeah, the South Africans still putting their bodies on the line, throwing it down, stopping that ball from going through and conceding an extra run. Michael Pretorius still, that's the first run. First run after 4 overs.
Yeah, that's what the Sri Lankans will say. Finally got a run off him. Maybe this opens the floodgates. Not yet anyways. Oh, apparently it does. Overthrows. Although technically that's hit the stumps. So not really an overthrow.
But still another run nonetheless. 2 runs now from Michael Pretorius' afternoon spell. And takes Sri Lanka on to 24 runs.
Yeah,
The loss of no wicket.
Yeah, and the 150 now required. 149 left. Those joining us, the target is 174 for Sri Lanka. 25 without loss. This is the 4th innings. On control there from Lahiri Udara. Just dropping his hands, making sure that that ball is ground born.
It's about the line and length that we've been speaking about, you know, for the South African team, because that is generally, I think, 6 out of 10 times what the Sri Lankan seamers were hitting was that line and that length, and that created, you know, that collapse for the South Africans, and need to exploit that area. It's time in the gap through the covers. Going to be chased down.
Yeah, comfortable 2, square driven that. Good chase from Tepang Zitole and his Dolphin teammates, Prince O'Brien. And the roles are reversed today. Shada Fernando is being the cautious one. Lahiri Udara He's just having fun out there. Just a different air when your team is on top. Just makes you also just walk a little bit taller, stand a bit taller. This one a bit airborne, but he's still going after it. There's a chase on here for Tshepang Titole. He'll get there too. And they'll turn back for 3.
Pren backing up and giving support there and getting the ball in.
Yeah, not the best of throws at Rivaldo Munsame diving.
Yeah, for the past 2 days, I've seen Rivaldo having to make some big dives to try and recover the balls coming in from the fence.
Just going to chalk it up to preseason. And that's fended off. Jeez, what an expensive over that is from Michael Pretorius, considering what he's done in his first 4. 7 offers is 30. Without loss after 9.
I think we're looking at our last over for today's play on day 3.
Yeah, quite possibly. Quite probably. 17:27. Local time, 17:30 Stumps time. So, Cody Ethan Yusuf most probably has one final chance for the South Africans to get a wicket here on day 3.
I think also just be for the over ends, and we also call it a day. Just our final message as Cricket South Africa and Hollywood Bets are excited to bring you the Hollywood Bets Pro Series Women Professional League, made up of the Hollywood Bets Pro 50 and Hollywood Bets Pro 20, starting Friday, 4th of October 2024. For more information, visit www.cricket.co.za. Hashtag it's our time. Hashtag Woza Nawe.
Yeah, exciting time for the ladies, the Hollywood Best Pro Series. 6 teams. Got the Badgers from Southwestern Districts. The Lions up in the Highfold. Next door, they have the Titans. The Dolphins down on the East Coast. The Knights representing Central Plateau of South Africa. And of course, Western Province. So that's one of 6 teams. You can pick a team and show your support for our ladies' teams as they begin or they embark a journey. Now, what could be groundbreaking here for South African women's cricket?
I think a big shout out and congratulations to CSA for teaming up with Hollywood Bets, and a big sign of gratitude to Hollywood Bets for supporting the game of cricket in our country. Wide ball called there, little bit of a tennis ball bounce there from Cody, getting it way over the batsman's head. But yeah, coming back to Hollywood Bets, I think a lot of appreciation needs to be, thrown out there, Wayne, for the amount of investment that Hollywood Bets is putting back into the cricket community in the country.
Yeah, this is across the country. They sponsor a couple of teams locally. Northern Cape Heat being one of those teams. Hollywood Bets Dolphins, as they're known. And of course now getting themselves involved in women's cricket in general, which is one of the fastest growing sports in the country. Round the wickets, Cody Ethan Yusuf and Uzanaz. I think that was well played. By Lahiru Udara runs it down to Sina Kashile at very backward deep point. Just hearing some chit chat close to us. Just everyone trying to make their prediction of when this game is going to finish. By lunch, before lunch. Similar shot there from Oshada Fernando as he runs it down to more or less the same region. Sina Kashile having to do some fielding. What do you think?
Well, I think it's going to take two very, very, very special performances from the two, attacking seamers for South Africa to, turn this game around. But if we do continue at this rate, I do believe that, before lunch, I think we're having lunch and going home tomorrow. But I'm hopeful that the South Africans would wake up with, a little bit of a positive mindset and come out and just using the conditions in their favor.
Yeah, maybe they can just do some research, find out where the Sri Lankans got that chai tea.
It's the chai tea, Wayne. I promise you. I'm a firm believer it's the chai tea. The caterers needs to, be investigated.
Yeah, share the recipe.
Share that recipe with us.
2 balls left in the day. So taking his time here, just thinking about where he wants to bowl it. Don't know if it's a no ball. It's a third bouncer of the over from Cody Yusuf.
Nice and pacey though. That one hit the gloves kind of very hard there from Cody into Rivaldo's gloves there. So a little bit of a good sign that he's not running on empty. His tank is still full. Hoping that obviously tomorrow morning he comes with a little bit of steam, is what he's just shown now. And let's see what day 4 can bring. Is it just going to be a walk in the park for the Sri Lankans, or is South Africa going to make them work for it? Got the wicket, forced the mistake. A wide, loose ball, short outside of the off. Gets the Udara to make that mistake. 26 runs from 32 balls.
There's some words being exchanged there between Lahiru Udara and a couple of the South Africans, but a poor mistake that from him. Short ball, last over of the day, no need to be playing at that. And that fielder, Bear Swanepoel, is in catching for exactly that shot. And it's an easy one for him. And that is the wickets of Lahiru Udara. South Africa pick up their first one. It's 34 for 1. And that stumps. Wonder if Lahiru Udara is in a little bit of trouble there. Slamming his bat hard onto the wicket after that.
I think with the rules and regulations going across, the world of international cricket, you can't be doing that. It's not a good sign. It's not something good that you want, the youngsters coming up in the game to see. You still want to keep it in the spirit of the game, as much as you maybe blame yourself or you blaming a little bit of banter if somebody got into your mind, whatever. As a professional, even at school level, not just as a professional, as a cricketer, you do not bang your bat anywhere. You know what? Take it off the field, go into the dressing room, go and sit in the toilet and reflect on the mistake that you have just made. But nonetheless, that is the first wicket down for Sri Lanka. Udara, on the final ball of the day's play, makes his way back to the change rooms, scoring, I think it was a 26 runs from 33 balls. Cody Yusuf taking that wicket home to bed with him and bowling 1.5 overs for today. To everybody, thank you so much for tuning in. We would like to speak to you all in the morning. Catch us as we go live at, Wayne, is it 9:45? 9:45 a.m. South African time, CAT. And let's see what could possibly unfold tomorrow. Is the South Africans going to be walked over, or are they going to make the Sri Lankans work for it?
Yeah, 140 more to get, so it's going to be an interesting chase tomorrow. We'll start with the Shara Fernando on 6 of 42, and whoever the new man is for Sri Lanka. But from us here in Kimberley, thanks to Cody and Yusuf delivery, it's goodbye from us.